Um, yeah. So there's some rules, house rules, and AI beat me to it. So you all know you're being recorded. Okay. So as Joel Komene, who is the chair, has put in his apologies, I've been asked to chair the first part of this meeting, which for the for Te Maru. Yeah. So in that, just some of the health and safety in the case of an emergency, and we need to evacuate. It's through the doors you came in. So we're back out that way. We can meet in the foyer and then meet across the road. So that's the evacuation point in that. And yes, and we're being recorded. Okay. So if we can start with karakia. Do I have anyone who would like to lead us in opening karakia? Kia ora, hakopa. Me. Ino. Ai ki. Mihi nui ki a koe hakopa. Okay, so we have apologies. We'll move to apologies. We have apologies for Joel Komene. We have an apology for Councillor Hemi Rolliston. And we also have a late apology from Mayor Tapsell. Okay, so she will be attending. Are there any other apologies? No? Okay. Can I put it to a motion? All those in favour? Do I need a mover? Can I have a mover? Okay. Councillor Dinsdale and Councillor second. Okay, all those in favour? Okay, against, carried. Okay, I'm going to move to introductions. We're all very new, I think. Some are older than others, but I think first of all, I think we'll just go around the table and introduce yourselves, and if you can also mention who you represent. If you have staff who are present, can you also introduce your staff, your support staff? Okay. So let's start. Nei taha, kia ora.
Kia ora, Dean.
Kia.
Morena tātou, morena koutou, ko Cap Macmillan aho, kei Tauranga Moana aho e noho ana. I'm a councillor for Toi Moana Bay Plenty Regional Council. This is my second term as a councillor and I represent the Tauranga constituency. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. And we have got staff, but I'll allow them to briefly introduce themselves, so morena.
Kia John Scrimger. I'm a new member of the Regional Council representing the Western Bay Plenty constituency. I have, wearing a different hat though, been an alternate member of this group for the last 12 years. Haven't perhaps attended so many meetings in recent years as I did to begin with, but so I have quite a bit of knowledge about what goes on. Glad to be actually a voting member now.
Kia ora, my name is Rawari Kingi. I'm an alternate member. I'm probably here because I was born at Okere Falls and now I live at Maketu, so I belong to the whole river. Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou, ko Ngāti Raukawa me Ngāti Ingarangi ngā iwi, Ngāti Huri te hapu, Pikatu te marae, ko kai kauni hera au ki tauranga moana, ki pāpā moa me te tumu. G'day everybody, my name's, and ko tipini morehu aho. G'day everybody, my name's Steve Morris and I'm representing Tauranga City Council, and I have the privilege and honour to represent my hometown of Papamoa, which is an important contributing environment to the Kaituna River, and my rohi or area of representation extends all the way down through Te Tumu. There's only 3 or 4 residents that live there, but it's an important piece of land when you consider the future.
Mai makatu ki Tongariro, ko te awa kare o Ngātirorangi te awa, ko te arawa te waka, ko Ngāti Whakaue, Ngāti Mākino, Ngāti Pikiao, Ngāti Raukawa tainui ngā iwi, kaui kaipapa te whare tupuna, ko Rangiuru te whare kuia, ko Sue Elliott tōku ingoa no makatu ahau. I'm here to represent the alternative for Te Committee. Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou, ko Laura Ray tōku ingoa. I am the councillor for the Makitu Te Puke Ward in Western Bay of Plenty District Council. Secondly, though, I am from Makitu, so I am Ngāti Whakaue ki Makitu is my hapu. I'm done a lot of work in and around the river, so it means a lot to me to be even just an alternate member of this committee. Kia ora.
Mari ora te whare. Ko ai tēnei, ko Darlington Star hau. Ko hau te kaunihira mō te waka kai uru. I ngā rau mua, ko he mokupuna hau no te arau ko hei. Ko aku mahi I taua wā, I haere mata ki te māua ko taku whanaunga a Dean ki te kōti, tai ao, hei whawhai mō te awa. E wāroa tēnei e tuana. Me mihi kia tika kia tātou katoa. Kia ora rā.
Tēnei te mihi kia koutou katoa ko Rangiru te maunga, ko Kaituna te awa, ko Ngāti Moko, Raua ko Ngāti Kuri, ko Tuhiki Oku Hapu, ko Papuika te iwi, ko te arawa te waka. You will find me inhabiting the beams of Motukawa and Waitangi, which is the centre of the universe. Kia ora koutou.
Tiki kawe kura.
Paupau te rangi e tui honei e tui honei. Ka ore oi rā ko te iri, te ara, whaunamu, tiki tiki, ki te toi o te rangi. E nganguru nei te au i te pō uhi, wero tau mai te mauri haumi e hui e tāi ki e. Tēnā kua haukopa ko tuwhera hia, wēnā kaupapa a te karakia nei o tō tātou nei atua, hei mehi kau atu nei i a koe. O te rai a koe e Dean, kua pau atu nei te kaupapa whakahira i tō tātou nei awa e te rea ake nei i te Kaituna tāmi. A morangi kei mua ki te hāpai o kei muri, ki tēnei ki taha o tēnei whare, tēnā taha, tēnā koutou katoa. E Maru haere po. Ngā māhara ki te wae, noho ai, noho tahi ai tātou nei ki te māhau, o te whare tupono hei, ko pau atu ana i au koe ki a hau, ko tū mai nei ki tēnei tūru. E ko whakaki atu i au koe e kau. E hara tēnei toku nei whare. Tā te mea, e kore he kawa. He kore he kawa, he kai a te ahi kawa. Nō reira hāhua ke kone ki a hau, tū mai nei ki tēnei ki taha o tapuika, o waitaha, ko tai mai nei e au. Ka whakaokia mai nei ki hei ko waitaha, ko tūtawa ro, ko tūtawa ro, ko te reinga. I waiho i ko nā, ka whakaokia mai nei tēnei taha, a tia ko tapuika, ko makahai, ko tūnua. Mārena taua tūnua, ia te reinga, ka pata ke waho ko te ao kapurangi, i moi ana te ao kapurangi, i te uanuku, mai rarotanga, ka pata ke waho ko rangitihi upuku whakahira hira i te takae, i te akatia. Nō reira, tēnei mokopuna a tāua nei, a rawa, ko tū mai nei ki tēnei ki taha, a waitaha o te rā i a tapuika. Mehi kau atu nei ki a koutou katoa, koutou ko whakatinana mai nei ki tēnei whare, tēnei whare o tō tātou nei iwi, o te iwi puki. Nō reira, mihi kau atu nei ki a koutou, tēnā koutou i te whare, mihi a ki te a koutou katoa. Ka hui.
Vicky, can I ask you and Alish to follow order and introduce yourselves?
It was quick, babe.
Vicky, you're on mute.
Tēnā, morena koutou,
Tēnā koe.
morena. Ko Tihea te maunga, ko Awahau, ko Kaikai Tahuna, ko Mangawarewa, ngā wai e riri ana ki te awa o Kaituna. Ko Nikki Douglas tōku ingoa. Kia koutou ngā me mahau o tēnei rūpū, nau mai hara mai, ki ngā mema tāhito mihi atu ki a koutou moto mahi ki tēnei rūpū. Kia ora everybody, Nikki Douglas. This will be my coming to the end of my second term on Te Maru o Kaituna. So lovely to have you all on board, and I can hear the aroha and the passion for the awa that we have sitting around the table. Lovely to see you here today, Mate Moana. Thank you for joining us. Dean, really appreciate you chairing our meeting today, and Hakopa, thank you for opening our meeting this morning. Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora, Nikki. Alicia?
Ao ngā ake, kia ora koutou. Ko Alicia Mitchell tōku ingoa. Te aroa whānui nā tinu wai, nai te rangi, nā te raukaua ki te tonga o ku iwi, no Ohine Matuahau. So kia ora koutou. I'm Alicia. I'm one of the representatives for Te Kumatinui o Ngāti Whakauwi today. And yeah, just would like to say thank you for creating a beautiful space for our awa. And I look forward to serving alongside you all. Kia ora.
Te rākau ki a koe e Mate Moana, e noho nei.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Mate Moana McDonald tōku ingoa, ko au te tia mana o Toi Moana, he uri au o te moana o Tauranga. Great to see everybody at the table for our first meeting of Te Maru.
Lovely to see the new faces sitting around the table. I want to mihi to the new member for Tapuika Waitao. This has been a long time coming, and it's lovely to see somebody sitting in the seat. Ngā mihi kia koutou. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa.
If I could ask our other councillors for regional councils to introduce yourself, thank you. Perfect timing, me Councillor Tanya Tapsell. Sorry.
I think I'm fortunate to know many of the people in this room. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Tanya Tapsell tōku ingoa, ko te manukura o ngā roto o Rotorua, o te kaunihera o Rotorua, he urio o Te Aroa, o Ngāti Whakaue hoki, and I married into Tapuika, so it's great to be here around the table again. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou. Well-planned marriage, Tanya. Ko Dean Flau Tapuika Rui Tonu. Just to one side of me over here is Charles. Would you like to?
Kia ora. I'm Charles Harley. I'm helping Dean today. It was going to be Pim DeMonchi, but there'll be an update on that a little bit later on. So for those that have been here before, for those that haven't, I filled in for the last 15 months. So I'm very privileged to be back again here today. Thank you.
Kia ora, ko Coral here, tōku ingoa. I know some of you around the table from my previous roles at Tauranga City Council and Whakatane District Council. So it's lovely to be here in your role as committee advisor. Enough.
I know this is taking a bit of time to introduce, but I think at our first week, it's really important for us to know who's in the room. So I'm going to now extend the introductions into our staff who are here supporting your various councillors or representatives. So maybe Chris, if you could start with you. Kia ora, Chris.
Come up to the table so we can.
You can come up where Alva is, I suppose.
Use the microphones.
Kia ora.
Tēnā tātou te whare. Me te mihi atu ki ngā kōrero whakatūwhera I tukua. Hara mai koutou ki roto o mātou o ngai tamarawaho. Ki tēnei whenua e kia nei mātou ko Marianui. Anō reira tēnei ka mihi atu ki te whare ko tēnei a ngai tamarawaho anō hoki. Nō reira ko Chris Nepia tōku ingoa. I'm the Kaupapa Māori manager at Western Bay of Plenty District Council. Te haumi, our Kaupapa Māori team supports our iwi and hapu in the work that they want to do with Western Bay and make sure our council works appropriately with our iwi and hapu in what we do for our communities. Well, we try that anyway. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora koutou, ko Joe Watts tōku ingoa. So I'm work in the water policy team in the Bay of Plenty Regional Council based in Rotorua. So I'm keeping an eye on what's coming down that Kaituna for you. I've been working with Te Maru o Kaituna since 2016, so coming up 10 years. So yeah, I'll give you a hand keeping an eye on the not only the legislation coming through in the freshwater space, but just giving a little bit of consistency where needed. Kia ora koutou.
Koutou, tēnā koutou katoa ko Namuta Pautasi taku ingoa. My name is Namuta and I am the General Manager of the Strategy and Science Group here at Tonwana Bay of Plenty Regional Council. And my relationship with Te Maru started back in 2016 with the development of the Kaituna River document. Yes.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Brad Bellamy tōku ingoa, he kai mahi ahau o te kaunihira o Tauranga, nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. So my name is Brad Bellamy. I work at Tauranga City Council in the strategy or city planning and growth team. One of the key projects I work on is actually in Te Tumu. So I come along typically to observe and make sure that I understand the important issues that are facing Te Maru and to help inform that work moving forward. So tēnā koutou. Kia ora.
Tēnā rā tātou, ko Luke Whare tōku ingoa, no te uri o Waitaha. I'm here representing Te Kapu Waitaha, Te Tautoko John and the kaupapa o te rā, but yeah, kia ora.
Kia ora. My name's Rebecca Lyon. I'm day 2 in my job of Community Outcomes Advisor for the Western Bay Plenty District Council, and I'm looking forward to hearing how I can be of service to you in the months and years ahead. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou katoa. My name is Jodie Rickard. I'm from Western Bay Plenty District Council as well. I'm the manager of the Community and Strategic Relationships team at the council. I'm responsible for Rebecca being here just for a baptism of fire on her second day in the organisation. Not only was she just introducing herself to you, but there's also a few staff members who she hasn't actually met yet either. So apologies to Chris and Mokoera who haven't yet had a chance to meet Rebecca, but we'll do. And this is a great forum for her introduction to council. We do have a report on the agenda later, so I'll speak to that a bit further in terms of what the role in Rebecca and I will be with Te Maru moving forward. Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou, kei waka koe ke, kei waka ruruhi tēnā rā koutou o tira, e te pāwhakawairua o te kaupapa, kei te pāpā tēnā koe. Kia ora no, pomoko e rā te amo tōku ingoa, kua kia hau ki wainganui ngā maunga poroporo aki nei a Rangiuru a Otawa. Kauria, i rumakina, i pā tōku tinana, tōku wairua, ki tēnei awa o tātou o Kaituna, nāna hau i whakatupu i whakatangata. Heoi no, I better say because my boss is behind me that I'm also staff at Western Bay of Plenty District Council, otherwise he'll give me a slap. What are you doing here if you're not here for mahi? But here as a tono mā tātou, o tira matua rā ia mo tō tātou awa. Kia ora.
Ai, kia ora koutou. Pai tonu. I'm going to hold Alva. She can introduce herself when she comes to do her presentation. But my eyesight's not as good as it used to be, but is that Jeff and Diane Ford sitting down there? Okay. Kia ora kōrua, ka tamai nei. Are you back from Aussie? How long are you back home for? Okay. Your time is exceptional. So good that you're at this particular hui for the Kaituna. E mihi mai ana kia kōrua. Okay, I just want to add, and he's not here, but Pim DeMonchi, who has taken up a role elsewhere with the Department of Conservation, I understand. So he's gone back to his origins, really. But just a few words for Pim. Pim was instrumental, I think, in this, in setting this He had a calm way about him, and he had a very calm way in managing and talking to people. And so he was truly an asset to this particular, the river authority here. So I just wanted to mention that to him, about him really, and he was also a really good guide for me in those early days. So yeah, e me mai ana kia tātou. Okay, so that's us for introductions and that. We're going to move a couple of items in our agenda. So item 8.1, which is the briefing on Te Maru o Kaituna, we're going to move that to now. And mainly because it's important, and because we've got a lot of new members, but we also have old members, it's good to actually go through and I suppose reconnect around what Te Maru o Kaituna River Authority is. And so this is where I'm going to hand over to Alva. And Alva, you know the protocol, so akahuri te rākau ki a koe.
Hi, tēnā koutou katoa. Welcome to the new members and welcome back to the ones I call boomerangs, the ones who were here and then tried to leave and then came back. So, kia ora. Ko Alva Conroy toko ingoa, he uri tēnei no te aroa waka, ko Ngāti Tuhike, Ngāti Moko, Ngāti Taui, Ngāti Hurunga Te Rangi Hoki Ngā Hapu. I am Alva Conroy. I am a time-to-time strategic advisor / helper for Te Maru o Kaituna. I was the writer of Te Tini Ātuna, the Kaituna Action Plan, and I've been providing support to Te Maru as needed over the last year. And yeah, so I guess in terms of my connection to not just Te Maru, but yourselves, I guess I'm probably likely related to 2/3 of you, potentially, but also as a planner and a consultant, I've worked for all of you, or I've worked with you, or I've walked alongside you. So I guess I know you all. Haukopa, I met you 2 weeks ago at a hui, and I was like, and you were speaking with such fire about the river. And I was like, man, this guy would be awesome for Te Maru. And then, so I was so stoked to hear that you were not only joining, but you were returning. So thank you for being here. For me, I've been working in the co-governance, co-management space for a number of years. So not just with here, Rangitaki River Forum, Rotorua Te Aroa Lake Strategy Group, as well as some of the conservation co-management groups. I've spent the last 2 months with my eyeballs deep in resource management reform, conservation reform, local government reform, and treaty settlement legislation. And it made me wonder whether this is an opportunity to maybe change up what we do, or, utilise the mechanisms we have within these groupings, I guess you could say. And acknowledgements to Joe. Joe normally runs the inductions, but I was keen to provide some broader context of where Te Maru came from, but also what it might mean for the future. So this first session is just, I guess, the induction or the foundational kōrero, and I'll be joining you guys again a bit later around looking ahead around, are there opportunities to start thinking and discussing and acting strategically? So building on the awesome work to date, but maybe elevating the work that you do as a group. So I guess for everyone, be curious, start thinking about, what more you can do collectively. I guess that's probably my key tono for you guys. And so I'm just covering 4 things at the moment. So origin, you'll hear this term Kaituna River Framework, which may be a new term for many of you. So I wanted to quickly talk about what that is and why it's a thing that must be protected. So that's where we came from. And of course, acknowledging all the work that's been done to date over the last 10 years. There's been some cool stuff. So I want to make sure that you all realise what amazing work has happened. And then a couple of key messages around, it's more to sow the seed for each of you. You'll have to work out how you do it, around how you can safeguard the Kaituna River Framework not only now, but to the future and how you might do that. So, all right, let's rock on. So while Te Maru o Kaituna exists because of the settlement, I guess I would still like to acknowledge that connection to place for all of our river iwi. I mean, we've always, the connection's always been there, irrespective of settlement. There's the connection to different parts of the river. I mean, as we know, there's the different names for places as well, not only at the upper reaches, Hakopa, Ngāti Pikia or your hapu refer to Okere River. So that's for your, upper chunk. And then we know the estuary has multiple names as well. So I just wanted to acknowledge your respective connections to place. For those that are settled, you also have statutory acknowledgements, so formal recognition of connection to place. And as well for, I think most of you, you all have iwi or hapu management plans as well. So, you've got various tools to showcase your connection to place. Origin of, I guess, the Tapuika settlement. Sorry, Dean, I want to put you on the spot. Are you able to capture in 2 minutes why Tapuika entered into a treaty for a treaty claim? What was the reason for the Tapuika settlement?
The river itself. I mean, it captured. I mean, even in negotiating this back in the day, we had to talk to every iwi on here, everyone. That's where Hakopa and I, right in the beginning, started talking about the river, around its importance. The Kaituna is Y4. It's the 4th Y claim registered in this country. So if you read through the Y claim, there's a lot of kōrero in there from Kia Mātou Tupuna, our ancestors, our uncles, our aunties, our kraua, around the importance of the entire river. And so in talking with Ngāti Pikiao at the time, and with the entering into the Pumotanga, one of the key things that was important was our river from top to Maketu. And that's when a lot of kōrero was happening between Tapuika and at the time Ngāti Pikiao. So the importance is great. But I think it's always been there. It's always been there, and the river to all of us really sitting around this table is instrumental to who we are. I mean, you've all heard the kōrero koau, which is things from mainly Whanganui. That's a kōrero for Whanganui, but we have a similar way with our river. So, I mean, yeah, that's the importance of it. I mean, other Hakopa, you might be able to kōrero to that as well. But yeah, that's the importance of our river. That's why we sit here today to make these decisions around the health and the wellness of the river. It's our small part is really for the future of the river and our puna who are following. So, in our lifetime, we can only do so much, and this is what we're doing at this point in time.
And I guess in terms of the context behind the creation of Te Maru o Kaituna, it arose from not just the Tapuika Claim Settlement Act, but the Tapuika Deed of Settlement, which was in 2012. So the Deed of Settlement is the core document that outlines all of the commitments, the arrangements that are given effect by the legislation. So you can liken it to like the Deed of Settlement. So for a wedding, it would be like the vows and the commitments, where the legislation's like the wedding ring to seal the deal, if that makes sense. And why I mentioned the deed of settlement, I guess a couple of reasons, because it actually highlights what the commitments were by the Crown to making right, the commitment to the ongoing future, ongoing relationship. And the other thing, it introduced this term called the Kaituna River Framework. It isn't mentioned in the legislation, but it's in the deed of settlement. So the Kaituna River Framework established both Te Maru o Kaituna River Authority and the river document. And so I'll speak to that, like why I keep harping on about the two as one, because they are really important together. Now, before we get into what it is, I'll link to Coral because we've got a short video, because that's probably the easiest way to provide the context to support the group.
The vision for Kaituna is to create, restore and enhance the well-being of the river for the future generations. I see the Kaituna as a tangaingai or umbilical cord. Although I've identified myself as being tapuika through Te Maru, I'm also whakaue, I'm also pikiao, I'm also rangiwiwihi. And so most of us are, and we're living examples of the karangatanga amongst us. And so the river is a physical representation of that as it flows from the lakes through the river out to the sea into the moana. It's that umbilical cord that connects us. Over the years, what I've seen with the river is a number of different activities have contributed badly. I have seen projects which have tried to embellish and improve the river, but what I haven't seen is it happen in some sort of cohesive way. So I've seen projects that have been worked in isolation of each other. What I hope for this document is to bring those together so that everyone is working towards a common goal.
E mokopuna mātou no te awa. E mokopuna mātou no rangi e tui honai, papa tuanuku e takato nei. I tikana te mahi o tēnei puari kia tiakina pai tō mātou karawa. Tō mātou taha, a ko o haupara te timatanga o taua awa, a karere atu ki roto i te mangariwa kaharoa, ka tainoa ki te kaituna. Anā tēnā koina te tehe hono hoki, ki te awa. Mōhio hoki mātou he nui te paru e kuhu ana e haere ki roto te awa o Kaituna. He ke iho tainoa a ki te nutu awa ki te katu. Haere ki te moana nui e kiwa. Anō reire kia hau, manaaki ata whai tō mātou awa. Mai ngā tūkinotanga, nai tāua te tangata.
This is my land, my awa. And it was something new for the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. So I was asked if I'd be interested in being a representative, and I was really keen to be involved. It's been a journey, but I think where we've ended up is just an opportunity for us all to work together with the same values, the same aims, to develop the awa back to the way it used to be. Man has done a very good job of impacting on the health of the awa, and we've all got to work together. We've all discovered that we all want exactly the same thing, and now we've got a focus that we can work together, develop some actions and deliver well-being for the awa and for the people.
Tō mātou hia tonu kia whakatika, aha kua te aha kia whakatika i te rere o te awa. Nā te mea, mai te wā tai tamariki a anā hau, anā karukua mai ngā wai e mātou o te haukainga nei. Mō mātou ake, ka hoki ngā mahara nā ki ngā kuia ngā koraua. I taua wā tonu, i unu mia nā wai o roto i tēnei awa. I tēnei wā tonu ki hai mātou i unu, nā te paru. He wahanga tēnei awa o tō mātou tina. He wai tohi, he wai māwi, he aroha. Me hono tātou, me whakakotahi ai tātou i a tātou atu. Ngana, kia tūpakari ai te pukapuka nei me ona hia mo tō tātou awa.
So in a nutshell, this is why we're here. I'll just get on it. So some of my slides are a little bit blunt, but part of it is helping me to reflect what I've heard over time, what I'm seeing is coming, and what I'd love for you guys to do. I think that's what I'm trying to say. And this isn't unique for Te Maru. I've heard, people perceive these kinds of groups as, oh, they're just advisory groups. I've heard actually one of our own say, oh, Te Maru has no teeth, it's just a council committee. But what I want to remind everyone that it's a statutory group. It's rising from settlement. And, so it is a permanent joint committee of councils under the Local Government Act. So, but it's broader than that. It's bigger than that. It's a taonga. And so I think just reminding everyone some key terms, this is collaborative governance. This is collective leadership, and you're doing all of this for the river. And so while each of you, because we've got everyone's wearing multiple, each of you have your own mandate for your own organisation. You've got your own things that you need to achieve for your organisation. When you're sitting together, you're here for the river. I think that's what I'm trying to say. Purpose. This is a critical one because your purpose should be guiding everything you do. It should be guiding the types of things you're talking about, the types of things you want to be getting involved in. So always have that front in mind. And so this purpose will continue even if, as I know councils run on terms, but the purpose of this group will continue. We know with our river iwi, we're always going to be here anyway for the future. But also just the sheer challenge of improving the health of the river is huge. No one can do it alone. And this also reinforces why we must do it together. And this needs to be done collectively. And it really requires that collective leadership. And this is one of the thing I want you to take away from is how can each of you, but collectively, provide that collective leadership, the strategic leadership for our river. River document. Once again, so this arose from settlement. It's a taonga as well. This is, how would you call it? It's that strategic, it sets the pathway forward of how we will do this around the long-term health and well-being of the river. The vision is right there in the teeny tiny words. So that the river's in a healthy state and protected for current and future generations. And yeah, that's a huge goal. It's a huge vision. But once again, that's something that needs to be front of mind at all times. Must be reviewed after 10 years. So what have we got? 2028 must be reviewed. And I know there's lots coming up, but in my view, like the vision to me is enduring. And the objectives are pretty solid. So if you were to go down the road of review, maybe think about, it doesn't necessarily need to be a big thing. Keep it simple. But the other critical thing is, what does it do? What does it do? So it does have this critical influence on council plans, processes and decisions. So resource management, Local Government Act, these are critical to know for the next session. And the other thing that was incorporated into the regional policy statement in 2023. So that gives the river document statutory weight. Once again, this is a critical thing to know for the next session. So it's not just about influencing plans and processes, it's about the doing. So alongside, we've got the Kaituna action plan, which is there to identify, what are some priority projects we can work on in the meantime. So this action plan was released, I think a year or two later, it must have been. So it outlines, some priority actions, and they are the projects that well, for those that have been here a few years, that you would have received updates on. The other thing is there's some guiding principles on how we will work. So it'd be interesting to know how that's going to, in terms of whether the principles are words on a page or, more. Okay, so for me, that was just to provide the context of, you've got this framework, it's bundled redress. It's not only the group, but also the document. They go hand in hand. Before I get on to, I think it's always good just to remember there's some cool stuff that's happened. Thank you, Joe, for this next photo. It's just an absolute treasure. It's a photo from the 2017, I guess the class of 2017. A lot of familiar faces in there. I always judge the progression of time through Te Maru by the length of Dean's hair.
Colour of Dean's hair.
And then we had a few, so in terms of our boomerangs, Hakopa, you're part of this group, but you were absent day, likewise for you, Tanya, as well. And also along the way, we've lost three of those particular members. I think for Maria Horn, 2019, she was so passionate about the Makitu estuary and the Waihi estuary. That was they were her babies. For Maru, he was only last month, recent. I remember the Kaituna Action Plan, he just wanted to see, he called them green corridors. So these connected networks of green areas alongside the streams. So you've got corridors for, taonga fish species, bird species, the connectedness. And then, of course, we must never forget the quadruple bottom line. Someone will need to keep reminding us about the quadruple bottom line. For Pia, she passed late last year. I asked her June last year, I said, what did you have in mind when Te Maru was established? And when the settlement came through. So she said for the settlement, it was really, and this reflects what you said, Dane, it's about restoring the mana, the authority and visibility of Tapawika. And then she said, one of the things for Te Maru was, that the purpose is foundational. Anything less is not what was agreed through a settlement. So those critical tidbits to remember for, those who have been part of this from the beginning. Now, I wanted to highlight, there's been a truckload of Dewey over the last 12 years. And so I want you to realise this is more than just coming together and having meetings 3 or 4 times a year. There's some really cool stuff that has arisen because of Te Maru Kaituna. And just to give you that faith that so much more can happen. And so it's the projects, obviously the river rediversion was a huge milestone. But as you'll note, it's not just about the things, the projects, it's the people, the community there that are pulled in. As obviously the other one. And then of course, there's been a lot more work within the wetland restoration space. I mean, Te Pō is just one of the examples. But it's not just that, but the connection in terms of community days, planting days with the kids, and then the photo in the middle I took from the regional council website was, seeing kōtuku in these wetlands. So, that to me, that's how you measure success. So keep that in mind, I think is what I'm trying to say. Right, I'll just get a few more slides and then I have a question for the group. Okay, so in terms of, we're coming into times of change, we've got new members, we've got returning members, and it's kind of an opportunity to kind of think, well, how can we supercharge Te Maru, I think is what I'm trying to say. So a couple of key things. I was like, what are the key things I want you to walk away from? You have a really strong foundation. So it's been in place for 12 years. There's been practical action over the last 12 years. But the operating environment is changing through reform. So this is a key thing. It's kind of like an opportunity to, take pause and think. So therefore, what I'm trying to say to you guys is your collective and strategic leadership, it will be is critical more than ever for the river. One. Second takeaway, the Kaituna River Framework is bundled redress. And so those components are interdependent, so they must operate as intended. I'll get to it in the next session around the strategic session, but it's just, we need to make sure that the integrity, the intent, the effect of Te Maru Kaituna and the river document, it's upheld, especially as things are changing. And just making sure that the river document's more visible. So while it has been incorporated into the regional policy statement, it still needs to be visible in terms of things you're discussing, in terms of making sure that it guides the work you do and it supports the work that you do. And final tidbit, I thought this was quite interesting. So you already have the means, I think I'm trying to say. So there's a cool list of functions for Te Maru o Kaituna. The primary function is to achieve your purpose, but there's also a suite of other functions, which, you know, it's part and parcel of what you do. The key thing is that there is discretion. So members can determine how you function. So it's up to you guys to determine which functions you exercise, how you want to carry it out, and to what extent. You also have this cool little miscellaneous function called any other action that's considered to be appropriate to achieve its purpose. So I just want you to hold that in the back of your mind in terms of, you know, if you want to do more, if you want to be more visible, be louder, if you want to truly influence what's coming, you have the means. But it relies on you guys telling us, because we can't read your mind, I guess I'm trying to say. I'll just pause so you can read it. Okay, so I circulated a survey. Part of it's just to know, like, because especially when we can't always assume everyone has the same level of support or information. So I just want to know, hey, what support do you need to be effective? What information do you need? And I got a lot of feedback. So in terms of information, apologies for the caps. I'm not shouting in those ones. You know, people just want to know, you know, there's reform happening, but what does it mean for Te Maru o Kaituna? Information about, you know, there's lots of consents within the catchment. You know, what monitoring's happening, what compliance, what enforcement's happening. And this is actually closely tied to some of the Kaituna Action Plan work. Just knowing, you know, how do things work? So you've got stormwater discharges going into the Wairakei. You know, what is the relationship in that and the Kaituna River? So just kind of understand, you know, sometimes it's the bigger picture stuff as well, looking at the catchment as a whole. I got feedback, so for River iwi, just support with coordination around briefings. A lot of it's done voluntarily. Thank you, Hakupa, thank you, Nikki, for just, you know, providing that support voluntarily. And then I got a truckload of ideas for changes. So I thought, well, I might as well just share it. So there were feedback around, you know, really keen to have dedicated time for discussions, strategic discussions. So you know, segmenting the agenda so it's not just operational updates scattered with legislation stuff. It's actually making time to understand, to discuss, separate from operational stuff. So that's cool. Key one, agenda items must be relevant. So it's just sometimes people are seeing reports that you can see has been recycled from other council committees, but it's just like, but what does this mean to Te Maru o Kaituna River? What are the implications for the river? People were keen on workshop format, keen to see a shift away from formal council report templates. And I think this maybe links with that perception that Te Maru is a council committee. And, you know, because Te Maru's got its own identity, you know, so having Te Maru specific agenda templates, having references to within these reports to the river, to the river document, just so that there's that relevance, I guess, you know, because we want you to be discussing the stuff that is of relevance to your role. And then someone had said, well, action plan reports are good, but they're not useful because it's just a big report. And so they'd be really keen to see some of these reports or the projects clustered, updates are clustered. So you've got time to understand what's happening, but also understanding what are the challenges if projects aren't moving, why is that? You know, so looking at things in more of a, once again, that strategic manner. So this was my last slide for this chunk of the session, but I want to extend, I guess, the question to all of you. What do you need? You know, for the next 3 years, what do you need? Because we will need you.
Kia ora, Alva. I think what you've highlighted there in changes is valid. I think for iwi groups, support is required. It's I suppose Maru has a budget, and I don't know whether that budget could be used for support for iwi, but I'm wondering whether, and it's about coming together, the iwi groups representations, having a person or a group that can help administrate on behalf of. So I mean that's one of my thoughts in regards to supporting iwi, and I know that we're doing that kind of voluntary at the moment, and it's really just us getting together over Teams or whatever to have these discussions. But maybe that there could be done a little bit better and given some resource towards that. So I know that Te Maru has resource, but maybe that's something that we look at our partners in regards to how that might be accommodated through our local authorities.
And can you clarify what resource support? Is it to coordinate meetings or is it to analyse stuff?
I think it's certainly to coordinate meetings. I think would be really handy. The problem with the membership that we have here, you've got the most busiest people in the city and in the region, and so if we could have that support around meeting times, those sorts of things, but also bringing up matters that are within the various iwi that may need to be elevated and brought to the attention of this authority. But I use the words authority, so that it can get on the agenda. I mean, the agenda that we have now is okay. It's largely driven by regional council requirements and sometimes our local authorities. But the whole idea of coming together was around Te Tinia Tuna and setting those objectives and then having those objectives divvied up, if you like, amongst the councils so that everyone's putting in, including iwi. But as we know, when we've gone through this last assessment, the pressure on iwi to perform those things that are with them under their mandate has been hard. It's been hard. So any type of support in regards to that would be appreciated. Yeah, that's my thoughts at this point anyway. Oh, Nikki, you've got your hand up?
Hi, morena. Couple of things. Thank you, Alva, for taking us through that. It's a really good reminder and a bit of a grounding in what we're here for and how we can assert and influence the role of this group moving forward. A couple of things just in terms of Dean's comments. I'd be really keen to support having a look at how the iwi collective are more strongly supported in bringing their views to the table, particularly around some of the future implications of this reform program. I think the identification of the issue that the framework may get lost in the new system is really a critical issue for us to address, and having some resource as a collective to work on that particular part, particularly supporting tapuika and upholding their settlement, I think is critical. And then the second thing I wanted to comment on was your changes, the list of changes that you've put there. Yeah, I think I sent some feedback, but it may have been the middle of the night in New Zealand, so you may not have seen it. But I think definitely thinking about the reporting. So the projects, the Te Tini Atuna Action Plan is linked to objectives. And so I think there's one thing about how that's presented to us, and then there's something about monitoring the effectiveness of those projects and delivering on those objectives, and are there any gaps? So I think there's something in, if we're going to do a review, then maybe it's starting at the actually how are we going on delivering what we said we would do. And then the second thing I think is, and it links back to getting support for the iwi collective or iwi individually putting projects or ideas up or moving things forward, is that the reports we need support to have reports from the iwi position. Here, like similarly to the submission that we did for the reform program, the support we had submission that's attached to Joelle's report, this meeting, where we have support, we have a very strong voice, we're strategic in our approach, and we work collectively across all of us. So having some support would mean that the reports that come to this group would not only come from councils, but would actually come from the iwi and be able to inform the discussion and progress issues that the whole group are part of. So those are just my comments. I really appreciate you taking the time today, Alva.
Nikki?
Oh, kia ora. Yeah, just I suppose building on Nicola's korero, I find your korero really exciting, Elva, because I'm thinking about this tsunami of change that's coming at everyone with the RMA reform and the simplifying local government, and there are a whole bunch of challenges with that. For Te Maru and for everyone. But the way you framed it as an opportunity, I love that. And I think, I'm new around this table. I sat on the Rangataiki River Forum last triennium. So I don't know your management plan, your actions, your goals, but I suppose sort of following on, Elva, from your korero around it being an opportunity, I just sort of think, yeah, here's a tsunami coming at us, and it's about rising up and being able to grab the opportunity and the visibility and realize the vision kind of despite that. And I don't have the answers, and I'm sure you've got it all in your actions already, so I'm not here to but yeah, I suppose it's quite easy to get bogged down with all of the legislation and the risks that are coming, like more permitted activities. All of those things are a risk to the Kaituna. But yeah, I'll leave it there, but thank you.
Acknowledge it. I must admit, I've only shifted to opportunity mode in the last week. I've been in grumpy mode the last 2 months. And so as I've been preparing for this, I'm like, how do we do this? But I think the reality is you guys have to work it out, honestly, together. I would prefer that you work out how it needs to, we'll support, obviously, but it's up to you guys collectively how to navigate this. I'd rather that you do that rather than being told where Te Maru fits and what happens to the river document. So I think that the time is good to, to move forward together fully. Yeah.
What's more, Anna?
I kind of want to respond and say hallelujah. And thank you, Elva. The time to move in this direction is perfect. And it's as Councillor McMillan has said, we have to seize the opportunity in what some of us will term as the crisis we're currently facing in simplifying local government. So it's certainly timely. What I want to focus on here is the financial impact that will come with this. But there is a way. And I think what needs to be done And if you can do it as quickly as you can, and I'm sure you can with Alva's help, is really to determine what that pathway looks like. Because we're hot on the heels of the annual plan and LTP process at the moment. And I'm sure you can do it. And you need to use that process to look at what budget that you will require moving forward. And there are other opportunities. It's not just council that you can be looking at here, but certainly you could start with council. Not only that, it's not just the regional council that you've got sitting in this room. You've got Tauranga City Council, you've got the Western Bay District Council, and you've also got Rotorua Lakes. So you've got all those councils in the room. So what you prepare could go to all 4 councils. Because the other thing I feel that the councils do have a responsibility to support building the iwi capacity, and that's what's required here. It's required for you to build your governance structure so you are completely equal and aligned to what you can do better aligned to councils, because councils have every resource that you can think of at their fingertips. So it's just, how do you align yourselves to share in those resources, and how do you align yourselves for acquiring the funding required to build their capacity? And really, I just really want to focus on building your capacity in the first instance. And why couldn't you use the budget that's currently sitting there for Te Mari to do that? Because what you could focus on, and when you start to develop the programs you're wanting to complete or you wanted to complete, there are philanthropists just waiting for Māori organisations to approach them. And all they're wanting to see is your strategic plan and your action plan. The other thing I want to allude to is that we were privy to have a meeting with the Māori Select Committee last week. And I was quite vocal in challenging them in their lack of support for co-governance entities. Because my view is that they enable the creation of these, and you're right, Elva, these are statutory bodies. But they allowed these statutory bodies to be formed without providing the support to iwi to operate in that space. So my challenge to them was come back into the room and provide the support to the iwi to build their capacity to do the job that you allowed them to do by the creation of these statutory forums. So I'm hoping that they do come back and they provide that help that you're still looking for. I just want to tautoko the kōrero this morning. I know you can do it. You've got the expertise around the table. It's just getting that plan now on how you move forward, and then we work out how we then fund your strategic plan. I'm assuming a reviewed strategic plan moving forward. Nō reira, tēnā koutou.
Kia ora mati moana. Thank you for that, John.
Tēnā koutou. Just in response to that, Alva, thank you for that. Me personally, I think it's quite a simplified process. In terms of the information, we can have all the information from source to sink of the Kaituna, but if that information isn't observed by us as a collective, it's difficult to make decisions. I look at land uses, I look at riparian margins, I look at the water uses and extraction within the water catchment. This isn't an iwi issue. This is basically an issue of land users and water takers that are actually extracting from our catchment. It's a matter of actually trying to put monitors in place. There's no use doing a lot of work that's beneficial at the sink of the Kaituna when we got the source of the Kaituna, that's Paru. If we don't have monitoring systems from the source to the sink, we're actually going around in circles. So to avoid going around in circles, we need to put monitors that are in place that are monitoring all of those that are taking waters and consents and non-consents. We need to understand what are the notifications that's happening and what's the enforcement that's happening. We need to understand if we got a geospatial system that be able to inform us around some of those decisions around notification and enforcement, we need to actually know. We need to apply that. Iwi don't have capability capacity, but council does. And I know Joe's done a lot of work in that space, that we could have a Kaituna framework around bringing all the geo packages that are in place to be able to make us create informed decisions. So I'm not too sure if the Tini Tuna have a spatial management plan that we can understand what's happening within our catchment, but more importantly around what are the indicators in our catchment. Maru Hairepo always talks about indicators, but we need to understand, well, what are we talking about in terms of geochemistry within our catchment? What are the standards and what are the thresholds that are within it? Because the thresholds from a Western science perspective doesn't necessarily mean that it matches alongside the expectations of Te Ao Māori. And from a Waitaha and a Tapuika perspective, our standard of water catchment is if we can drink it and our tamariki mokopuna can drink it, then it's good for the source and it's good for the sink. So if we don't have those tools to be able to provide us to make informed decisions, we're just going around the corner. I'm not here to come around the corner. I'm here to actually advocate for the Māori and the mana of our way. And that's a first process that we should be looking at in terms of the information that you have as a council to collate and collaborate that into a framework that we can start making good decisions. Tēnā koe.
Do you want to respond? Well, I saw you come up to them. Speak.
Kia ora, Chair Flavel, and kia ora for your part, for your kōrero there, John. Just like to just share some of the work that has been done and some of those actions that do need to be pulled together. So Te Maru o Kaituna have a dashboard, a GIS dashboard, and it was put together by the Bay of Plenty GIS lady, Georgia, and she shared that a couple of meetings ago, and it's really great timing to build on that. And one of the actions that's a little bit behind the 8 ball in the river document and the action plan in Te Tini Tuna is a state of the environment report with that Te Ao Māori framework, and the GIS part of it was part of that puzzle, which was to be built on by Te Maru about the information, how you'd like to see it, what types of information. That's all. It's great timing to bring that up to the next level with Ilva's kōrero and the strategy.
Joe, hakopa.
Tēnā tātou. Mi kia koe e te whananga e hone. Ake nā kōrero i pāna kia tātou nā iwi o te awa tupuna Kaituna. That's going back to when we first set this group up, and acknowledging the settlement of Tapuika was first and foremost our main objective. Getting a lot of iwi in the group just after a settlement, and each one believing that they have the mana of each section of, I think was a mahi in its own. So I take my hat off and congratulate Tapuika. Secondly, that it is a statutory organisation group coming through the Tapuika settlement. Again, us iwi on the river had to come and get our heads around that. And understanding that and how does that you know, what advantages, in particular to me back in Ngāti Pikiao, where our mana sits currently under the Pumautanga, according to settlement. Not according to hakupa, but according to settlement. But also, back then, the iwi were able to draw on their own stories and collectively and catalogue them under Te Maru. And in my view, that is the powerhouse of the river from our view. From Ngāti Pikiao, Tapuika, Rangi Wewehi, Waitaha, Makino, Whakahemo, Maketu, Kaue, Tūhaurangi. But there's another one in there too, Ngāti Pahiko. who our Uncle Tei was the leader of that rōpū, and also with Tapuika with his. So those are those are critical information that I think should still remain and should still be in the forefront of us. For me, the stories are the critical part of Ngāti Hinirangi, Ngāti Hinikiri. It keeps alive our mana motu haki, especially in these changes of government changes and reforms and that are happening right now. Who knows, we may not have a regional council this size next year. This next year. As this coalition is trying to disseminate, trying to pull down what we have spent many years to build as a relationship. So that's those are our challenges as iwi Māori. Going back to Hone's kōrero around upoko ki te hiku, or from the head to the sink, or ko mātou nā te hinerangi, nā te henekiri, ngā hapu o nā te pikia, ko mātou nā kaitiaki o te awa okere. And so that is, Hone is right. Our challenges begin at marae takororo by where the mouth of okere starts, but it also, the mouth is infected by a bigger problem that we have in face back in okere. So that also has a part of what we do here in Te Maru. And that is the phosphorus and nitrogen that comes out of Rotorua, a kahumata momoe. Through my awa te ohautanga po Takatawhiti, and back down into the okere. Now, that has always been my passion. The wall has always been my challenge, and the gates. Since those have been put in place, my understanding is to keep my awa clean. It doesn't. And therefore it comes down and it affects the sacred fish tapuika. So herein lies our challenge, and I'm heartened to see that we have an opportunity, I guess, to as Alba has put it, to come back to maybe those stories and the legislations that are before us. They will always be before us, but we should not neglect our stories, because they are the powerhouse of us. Ngā iwi o te awa tupuna Kaituna. So that's my, I guess the challenge for me as a member on Te Maru is, again, the whole concept of the wai Māori within the Kaituna. Before I left to go to Australia, I think that was back in 2016, the last day, and I haven't been back down there since, but I am going back down to have a look at what we call te puku o te awa, from Parihau right down to Kohanga Kaiaia. And from a place what we call down there, te Moana Pora te Take Hikoroa, is one of the very few places where the eels were they were not caught by hinaki, neither were they caught by hook, but they were pinned into ngā pātū wata mō ngā tuna, the weirs. So that's still there from the ancient days of Ngāti Hinirangi, Ngāti Hinikiri. Now in that place, it was clean back in 2016. To get down there is the only stretch of river on our side that you can actually access the Kaituna in the middle, because everything else is cliffside. I was privileged to go down there with my partner from Tapuika and have a look at the big cave down there that still holds the kōiwi of Tūhaurangi, Tapuika, and Ngāti Hinirangi, Ngāti Hinikiri Pikia. So there are places down there that we hold very sacred, and always in the front of me is that how do they keep safe, how do they continue into the future? So there is, I think, the challenge in terms of us, Mr. Chair, Ed Dean, and looking back as to those ones and coming back to here again on, yep, what do we do going forward? For me back home, unfortunately, I live at the mouth of the Kaituna back in Okere. And if you understand our history of Ngāti Hinerangi, Ngāti Hinekiri, it's recorded in the 1887, 1886, where our tupuna Te Pōnui built his marae, dangi whārona, and overlooked as the kaitiaki of Te Awa Okere. That's what I say. So I'm not only passionate, I'm born and bred in there, my blood is in there. And whichever forum I have to go to, whether I got to go back to the Rotorua one, or whatever forum, but it'll always be clean Maru River. You know, again, Dean says if we can drink our river, if our children can drink the water of our river, then it's clean. Ours is pea. The colour is green like a pea, when it should be blue. And don't you make my brown eyes blue? That's great. Well, that's and you know that is our challenge. Back in and that's we clean that up. That'll go a long way to making it to start cleaning up all along the river. I know only where we have their challenge. I know Tapuika has their challenge with the estuaries and the commercial things down there, but I think we can all play a part in how we, as kaitiaki of the Kaituna, can take this forward. Ngā mihi kia koe, Alba, for that. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora haka. I think what you give, you've given an example of why collectively we should be working together. So, strength of all. Darlene.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alva, I'd like to seek support to empower involvement of mana whenua and iwi. In respects to Te Tini Atuna and the policy and the drafting of policy options available region-wide. Also to look at the policy and perhaps review around iwi-led projects to advance the input and advice of mātauranga Māori and iwi and hapu. I've got another one, so I'd also like to seek support in progressing key policy, including surface water takes, groundwater quality, water quality, ecosystem health and freshwater management. I'd like us to review how we view stakeholders in our engagement policy. And when reviewing the Kaituna River document, how we're going to apply and assess against the principles of natural justice. Thank you.
Ngā mihi nui kia koe te tia mana. Just taking on board what I've also heard, and then from a council specific perspective, just really understanding fully where the river's water comes from, so that we can ensure that we're actively monitoring or managing those sources. And key there, and also what I'm hearing around the table, is so that pollutants are reduced and also it's handled in a sustainable way. And that's really, I suppose, about not just reacting to problems, but also preventing them. And I think that sort of information will also be helpful and the information and support we'll need to then also help manage things like proactive flood management from a council perspective, resilient infrastructure, land use planning. But I think collectively we need to see that information, whereas, before it sort of sits in all the individual councils, and regional council do an awesome job coordinating that, but how do we bring that to the table as well? And probably just another one to chuck in there, in terms of how well we can deliver with the greatest of aspirations and intentions, no doubt you do need financial support to do that. But when I look at the entities such as Bay Trust and I go, so where did that money go? There are funds available within our region that do have an focus that I think we should also be tapping into. So I'd be quite keen to see with the projects that we want to deliver to make sure we can do that within the timeframe of the next year, that we also see what external financial support there is too. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Kia ora koutou. I would just like to support the kōrero. Just reflecting on what's been said, I saw Uncle Manu up there and he told a story when he was young, how they would take the wagons and go down to the awa with the barrels and fill those barrels up to take that water back to the marae for tangianga and events that were happening there. I also think about my mum back in the 1990s. She protested and refused to let, I think it was EBOP at the time, complete the last part of the stop bank because she wanted the desecration of the wahitapu of our taniwha addressed, and at the time we hadn't gone through those claims. So she eventually passed away and that was signed by another whānau member, but there's a lot of mamae attached with the awa. One of the things that was stark for Tapuika was, I think, around the early 2000s. It would probably be the first time in our history of being on the awa that we couldn't swim on the awa because of algal bloom. And that was quite a wake-up call for Tapuika, and that was kind of before our settlement. And so we woke up to the fact that things were happening in our awa and to our awa that we had no control over. I support the tautoko of the iwi around the table. I'm also conscious of the fact that we're always vulnerable to what's happening in Wellington. So when we have a new government come in, things change. So, one of the aspirations for the Kaituna would be that we have something like the Whanganui River and like the Waikato River, that no matter what government actually comes in, we have very high standards that benefit our mokopuna in the future. My daughter gave birth to twin mokopunas last year, and while she was pregnant, she really wanted to go back and look at traditional birth practices, and she talked about wanting to go down to the awa. Of course, I had kittens because, of course, the quality of the water was terrible, but, those are the aspirations of our kids for the future, is exploring those avenues so that we can do the things that we used to do. So, kia ora koutou.
Any more comments for Alva?
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. Sorry.
Sorry, Alicia.
Kapa, you go first.
Mihi ki ngā kōrero ko whāriki hia. E awana ngā kōrero he atahua. Just while Alva's gone and opened up the floor, I'm just sitting here and there's been all this wonderful kōrero. But, and a mihi to our whai over here that monitors the data and all the way and how the water is treated. But maybe a thought on a Maru or Kaituna approach and new strategic way of looking at how the data is collated. Because, there's four councils in here, I don't know how many there is, and then there's four lots of different data going on in terms of the quality of the water. And just having I know there's all systems in place now, and if the systems are in place, maybe having an annual look at the way the data is collected and having a better and thorough approach from a Maru o Kaituna Authority point of view, maybe setting up its own water monitoring and, looking at and adopting, not only to monitor the water, but the holistical side and the cultural and spiritual side of how can add value to the data that's collected, because, these are just my assumptions. I'm new to this role. However, like reassessing everything, like how they have at schools, like peer assessing, you got a lot better way of monitoring the data and coming together as a forum to no, that's right, because, it could all be manipulated to say this, and that. So just check. Kia ora.
Ai mona. Leisha?
Kia ora anō, and thank you everyone for your beautiful kōrero this morning, and Alva for your presentation as well. And it's nice to hear you're energized now, Alva. It's exciting, and I'm energized too, coming in on here as a new member. And with that, I've been thinking about koro Maru a lot while sitting here today, and for me as a new member, I'd like to understand the scope and the decisions that were made before us. Coming on here, I will read through all the minutes, but I think ensuring that we have a key stock take of important decisions that this authority has made and the reasons why will help me and hopefully our new members have a better understanding and touch points going into the future. For me as well, I think there's a lot of issues that are affecting the awa, and that starts, like our whānau said, well before the mouth at Okiri. And for me being whakauwe, I don't think it's fair that pollution from our roto, from our awa, from industries within our area, should affect and negatively affect the Kaituna. And so we need to start there as well. So ensuring, I guess, that we have a stock take heading into the review in 2 years of the key risks to our awa, and then we can create key actions within that to help solve them and help prepare for them whenever they come up in the future. Because resource consents, we can slowly manage them and we can prepare for when resource consents come up for renewal, but also things that aren't consented. Those are things that worry me. Like Uncle John said, there are things that are unconsented out there that have an extreme negative effect to our awa. And I don't think it's responsible as a member of whakauwe that we're also contributing to the pollution of all other iwi within Te Arawa down the awa, but also our own in Maki too. So I want to ensure that our people and that our awa and our whenua are safeguarded for future generations. Because for me, I'm intending on being here for the next 50 years. And I want to see that the efforts that are made here in this room within this rōpū are safeguarded and ensured. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Alicia. Thank you for that. I'm unsure about my 50 years, but it's promising to know that the next generation will. Hey, look, if there's any other comments?
One more. I just want to add a final comment. So what I've been hearing, especially in this last session, this is about connection. So for you guys to be able to have strategic discussions collectively in regards to the Kaituna River catchment and all that's part of it, you need to be able to have information, data, the visual tools to understand what's happening. So that's that whole catchment. This is the whole system-wide thinking. That's what I'm trying to say. That connection to the stories, the places. I can't read what that said. But the key thing, we've got a really solid foundation. You've got a solid foundation already. So what I'm trying to encourage you to do is build on what you've got. And how do I say it? So the effectiveness of Te Maru o Kaituna relies on you guys. So no pressure. So if you are keen to supercharge you will have to guide. We will support you guide. Yeah, and of course, if you need information, if you need support, if you need agenda items, say so. Because I feel for Charles, he's not a mind reader. And so it's just, the agendas can only be based on what people are asking for. So, yeah.
Thank you, Alva. If I can just kind of give an example, I suppose, project 2 of Te Tuna is fresh water. And if we have a read through that in your thing, your reports, and it'll come up in Charles's report later on around how iwi can engage with that. So those 3 last bullet points in project 2 is that venue, or it's that avenue, it's that way through. So it's kind of highlighting what we've been talking about in regards to water quality. Okay. Nikki, is your hand up? Is your virtual hand up?
It is. I just guess my question is probably a little bit back to Alva around, I've written down 5 kind of critical actions that have come out of the conversation this morning. So progressing and prioritising the monitoring program that Don spoke to, support the iwi collective to drive agenda and coordinate Te Maru o Kaituna through resourcing, embedding the stories of the Kaituna in our monitoring processes, protect the settlement framework, visibility of the current resources allocated to Te Maru and what we need to move, what resourcing we need to move towards some of these prioritised actions, a policy review so that we can ensure the policy settings across the region actually restore, protect and enhance the Kaituna River, and a review of key decisions. So I'm assuming we've got a agenda item later on this morning that sets up our action plan for the year, our prioritised plan for the year. So I assume all those will go into that, if those are the things that the members agree are important. So yeah, what do you need from us to move forward on what the members have raised this morning?
I think the key thing for me is just say what you want, and I'm looking at the broader jopu, and we can work out how to support that.
It's usually for the committee, and that's so, Jeff, I can see you raising your hand. I'm happy to give you a minute. You like? You can come up next to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity just to say a couple of words. I certainly won't have another 50 years. I'm approaching 80 now. When I was born in Te Puke at the hospital, my first home was at Ford Road in the old homestead there. I've had the privilege of my early part of life being on the Kaituna River. Some of my happiest memories as a young boy would have been in a boat going around the old river courses in the duck shooting time. I've seen the changes in the river. I've seen the quality of the water change. I've seen the diversions go through. There's been tremendous changes. So I fully agree with you. Some changes have not been good. Things change as time goes on, technology, all of those things improve, but the environment is critical, and the standard of the water is critical. So I think all of those things must be thought about. There's going to be continual change in the area. That's just is going to happen. So we just have to be very conscious of these changes and plan and respect the history and the quality of our environment, because this is where we live, and that's most important. So thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm going to move us to a cup of tea. So we're going to have a bit of a break now, 15 minutes, and we can catch up and do that sort of thing. When we come back, we'll be into reports, and change of membership will be first on the agenda. Okay, so those of us who are here, I think there's a cup of tea and there might be something to eat down there. Alicia and Nick, we'll see you in 15 minutes. Oh, shit, I should have got it in before recording started. Anyway, just because we changed the order of things, I was meant to actually get a second mover and a seconder, and that was for 8.1, the presentation which we've just had, and also 9.2, which is the next part, which is the appointment of the deputy chairperson. Okay, so can I have someone just move that? Thank you, Kat. Thank you, Councillor Dinsdale. All right now.
You just need to.
All those in favour? Against? Okay, carried. Great. Change of membership. Coral.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just take the report as read and happy to answer any questions.
Tanya.
Thank you. Just apologies, we don't have the alternate listed yet, but I do intend to nominate Councillor Terika Temara Benfell, one of our Māori ward councillors, at our next council meeting. So once that's approved, we'll send it through and look forward to him being the alternate member in future.
Thank you. Can I have a mover? Thank you. All those in favour and those opposed, I suppose. Bye-bye. Right, the appointment of the Maru Kaituna River Authority Chairperson. So item 9.2 of the agenda, that's page 30. Before I call nominations for a deputy chairperson, we need to resolve which system we use. I move that we use system B. Can I have a seconder, please? Yeah, thank you. Maru Kaituna River Authority. 1. Receives the report appointment of the Maru Kaituna River Authority Deputy Chairperson. 2. Resolves to use System B in electing the Deputy Chairperson. Put the motion to vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. I will explain the nomination process. I will call for nominations and need a nominator and a seconder for each nomination. If there is more than one nomination received, each nominee will have a chance to speak to the meeting before a vote is taken. Voting for the election of the deputy chair will be done by a show of hands. The person with the highest number of votes will be declared the winner. I now call nominations. I have a nomination for Nikki Douglas. Any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Darlene Dinsdale, if I can get a seconder.
Any other nominations? Darlene, because you're with us here, would you like to? I can if you like. Nikki? Oh, yeah, okay. Goodbye.
Kia ora tātai. So I have a history of the Kaituna River. I was an appellant in the Environment Court proceedings for the Oho Division in 2004. I was appellant in the Waiariki water take consent in 2006. I was a kairangahau for Tapuka Iwi Authority during the treaty settlement claim. I appealed to the Environment Court as a mokopuna of TNH that was sanctioned by my big brother to keep a marsh. I have a long history, not just because I reside beside the river, but I have a long history in terms of, as a child at the Waifo claim with my kuia and kraua of Tapuika Waitaha, Ngāti Pikiao, and if you're familiar with the case, you would know the kraua tāmati. During this time and before the election, so I've been the previous and current until the next meeting, co-chair of the Waiari Kaitaki Advisory Group. That group was formed in 2011. The purpose of it is to monitor and ensure that our iwi are considered and acknowledged in terms of the resource consent for the joint water take between Tauranga City Council and Western Bay. Yeah, I'm a bit whakamā, because kāre te kumura ka kōrero mo tōna reka, engari, tēnā tātou whānau.
Kia ora, Darlene. Nikki?
Morena tātou. I thank you for the nomination and the support from around the table. I just probably, Darlene, I will defer no tapuika koe he pou mo te awa. So yeah, I'm happy to second Darlene's nomination and defer. Kia ora.
E mihi mai ana ki a koe, Nikki. Kia ora rā. Tēnā koe, Darlene. E mihi mai ana ki a koe. A ko te deputy chair. Mo hi tēnei kaupapa. Kia ora rā. So, just appoints, the Maru o Kaituna appoints Darlene Dinsdale as Deputy Chairperson of the Maru o Kaituna River Authority for a period of 3 years pursuant to Section 5, Section 1 of the Tapuika Claims Settlement Act 2014. I think I have to empty this seat now, and you need to come over here.
Ai, yeah.
Morena tatou, thank you. The next 3 years, we're going to be busy, right? Kia ora.
And we're just going through.
Okay. Thank you. We're just going to go back onto the agenda item number 9.3 of the agenda. What is it? It's the public forum.
Public forum.
No, because Mr. Ford has already spoken. Do you wish to speak again?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity. All I could say that we're very passionate about the Kaituna, the future, and the planning of the ongoing well-being of the river. It's such a important part of our history, and it is very special for all of us that live and are associated in this area. So, but thank you for the opportunity, and we will do whatever we can going forward with future plans and so on that appear likely in the longer term to ensure that the water and the river is respected to the best of our ability. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Item 9.4, the chairperson's report. I'd like to table the chairperson's report as read, please. May I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Morris? Sue Elliott. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Are there any items for discussion within the report? Oh, sorry. Wrong, council. Moving along. Item number 6 on the agenda, calling for any conflicts of interest.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Yeah, just to declare my conflict of interest, I was appointed last week as the chair of the Taike HC, and as the Maru knows, they had previously put a proposal before the committee around both the geothermal and also the hydro. So I'll declare my interest around that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further?
I just want to declare conflict of interest as a shareholder of Taike and also as an environmental report that we did on the behalf of Ngāti Mākino in terms of the geothermal.
Item number 7, it's on page 8 of the agenda. Note that these minutes were previously confirmed by the Chair of Te Maru o Kaituna Authority and the Chief Executive of Bay of Plenty Regional Council. Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive the minutes of 29 August 2025?
Move.
Councillor Scrimmager. All those in favour say aye. All those against say ko. I declare the motion carried.
Report 9.3.
The next item is 9.3, page 35 of the agenda, and the presenter is Alva Conroy. Hoki mai, Hilda.
Hi again. I promise I won't be here for too much longer. This session will be nice and quick. Part of it is just to provide context on what's coming up and sow some further seeds in your collective minds. So this is around, so we had a talk around where we came from and what we need to do. Here's what's coming up. So there's two parts to this. One, I'll just breeze through and I'll explain why, but I'd like to spend probably most of my time looking at the types of strategic matters that it could be useful to be focusing on in the coming year or more. Okay. In the paper, there were a couple of topics. One was around looking at our 10-year impact. Now, the reason for that is just more to get you thinking about how you think you might measure the effectiveness of Te Maru o Kaituna River, how you think you might measure that collectively we're making a difference. I'm not expecting answers today because I think this is part of an ongoing discussion around, if your purpose is X and we know that the vision in Kaituna River document is X and you've got all these objectives, start thinking about, how will we know we are making a tangible difference? And I think this links in with what you were saying, I guess both John and Nikki are around, this links in with your monitoring once again, so that when you are reporting back, it is aligned to making sure that there is progress towards the vision. So this is some of the feedback that we've got to date around, so say 10 years time, you're standing next to the awa and you're really proud of your work as a member, but how would you know that we've made a difference? How do you know that the vision's been achieved? So there's some really cool statements that had come through. Laura, I threw in your ones as well. So thank you for that. So I guess it's beyond just the quality of water, but what you can do more than so it's that connection of people to place. So once again, I'm just sowing seeds so that when you are starting to, move beyond here, beyond today, you can start thinking not only what are we doing today, but how do we make sure that it actually makes a difference? I also asked for some guidance. Aroha mai, the objectives are teeny tiny, but it's just like, so we've got 8 objectives within the river document, but same question, what are we looking at? How do we know that what we're working on is delivering one or more of those objectives? So I think, part of this is just keeping you collectively centered, and also actively, I guess, giving the river document life. I guess this is what I'm trying to say, like this active effect. Linking also with John, you were mentioning a lot about the geospatial, looking at things, having information, looking at the catchment as a whole, so that you guys can make some really good strategic discussions as a whole, some strategic decisions. And so this is that linking of, having available information together to guide your work. So these are just some examples. Now this is the chunky stuff. So this is something I've been thinking about, opportunities to regularly carve out time within your agenda to start having chunky strategic discussions. And that would be separate from the operational updates. And there's the reason why, as I said, we've got change coming and your collective and strategic leadership is needed. We need to create time to talk about each of these. What does it mean? How do we make sure we can protect and uphold the integrity of the Kaituna River framework? I think Tanya, you'd mentioned too, it's this shift from reactive mode, individual responses, moving to more like the proactive, strategic, collective action. That's cool. So I'll just give 3 examples and then just create space at the end as to, I mean, because once again, I can share what's coming up, but it's up to you guys to determine how you might approach it. So these are very quick overviews only. Whātua proposals. So, I mean, why I gave this its own thing is the processes are fast and it's reactive. And I guess part of the things that I wanted to share with you is that Te Maru Kaituna is classed as a treaty settlement entity. So while applicants must come to each of you individually, they still have to come to you. So I think at some point you'll need to have a bit of a chat of, you know, so for ones coming through or on the books, who is monitoring them? Who is the point of contact for Te Maru Kaituna River Authority? Why I say that is last year's amendment shifted the requirement for an applicant to consult. They now have to just notify, and the timeframes are very fast. So discussion needed between you guys at some point of when they happen, how will you respond? This is not only individually, but collectively. But the other thing is, you know, creating space so that applicants can workshop with you, not just present, but have workshops. I know that's something we tried last year. We were going to have a workshop with Tākei as well as Wairākei South. That fell through, unfortunately, due to tangihanga, but it's just like, it's not just about reacting, but what are some ways you can connect collectively, not only with the applicants, but the people further up the chain who are making decisions on our behalf. So how do you ensure MFE, Environmental Protection Agency, Department of Conservation, how do you make sure that they're aware of who Te Maru Kaituna is so that they can make good decisions and to ensure that Te Maru is notified? Yeah.
Be able to ask a question, given that it's a strategic document, from today to the next 10 years, briefly, what have we achieved in the last 10 years? Has there been any documentation of what we actually have achieved? Given that I've been out of the scene for 10 years, so that I think I'm probably the only one that can ask that question. And reaps.
I kind of feel like we need to do like a little 10-year report, all the photos and videos.
Yeah, I think one of the key things is the development of the Titinia Tuna. So that's the work streams, the objectives in there. So it's been some massive inroads on that. What happened, Hakupa, is the settlement allowed us to create a document. And so we created a document and had eight objectives in that document. What it didn't do is allow us to, or what it didn't state is it allow us to create a work plan on how these 8 principles for the awa were going to happen. So that's why internally we did the Titinia Tuna. So that's one thing. Another thing that came up earlier was around branding. So I think you might have still been in the country when we started talking about the branding or the use of terms, like I think we came up with the tukua taonga, those sorts of things. And so what happened is it started looking a little bit like a regional council entity and document. And so that's where we went out and we started looking at branding. We brought that branding in and then we created our own web page to share our kōrero, our stories, and those sorts of things. So those have been big things. I think we also got it into the regional policy statement. So I think we're still there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So those are some of the, although they're political type tools, they needed to happen. And so a lot of that was kind of happening around for the next stage of getting things to happen. We're now at that stage of where I suppose we're starting to plan on how we push it forward. Now that we've laid a solid kaupapa or a base, the next part is how we launch forward and where we move from there on. So yeah, a lot has happened in 10 years.
So I guess key point of this one is just to be aware that these processes, once they kick off, will be fast. And, you know, there are opportunities to work proactively, not only with the central government agencies so that you collectively have visibility, but it's just creating space to be able to work with applicants or people who have proposals so that you can kind of embed or find ways to ensure the river framework is upheld within their own processes. Yeah. Irrespective of how individual groupings are feeling, but it's just when you're at the collective. I shouldn't say irrespective, I don't know. Second one, so that's more like on the horizon. So, you know, within our area, we've got some large scale development that's planned within the smart growth strategy. It's the Eastern Corridor, so Rangiru Business Park, Te Tumu, Te Kainga, which is supposed to be the new area. Why I mentioned that, so I know over time there have been updates from Smart Growth, from Tauranga City Council about Te Tumu, but it's just the kind of thing is to have regular check-ins together, or, you know, what is planned and where, you know, as a whole, when. So that's that, what do you call it, the when things are kicking off. But also there's this new thing called the Western Bay of Plenty Regional Deal. So that's funding through the central government. What does that mean? Does that mean timeframes are faster? All of these are my questions. You know, what's your collective role in this? Will you just deal with them individually, or do you want to have that whole view? And then that question with regional deal, you know, with funding's available, also does that mean Te Tumu might be fast-tracked? You know, because that's now that fast track's a thing. So that's that. So this is the development side. And then this is the really tricky one that acknowledgements to you, Nikki. You've been thinking about the whole system change kaupapa. And I think this is going to take a wee while to get our heads around. And plus there's still some uncertainty because things aren't in legislation yet. But, you know, I think it's just starting to think about how we uphold the framework, knowing that the underlying architecture, which was supposed to deliver the settlement redress, is changing. So, I mean, I could have had slides on implications, but I thought, no, keep it to a page. So key ones. So critical decisions, including environmental limits, will be made at the national level and there's no re-litigation. So it'll be decided up top, which is where you need to influence up there. The regional policy statement, so this is the one we talked about earlier. This is the thing that gives your river document weight. That's to be removed. And that's a critical change. And then on top of that, we have the local government proposal, which has multiple implications, which could mean that our regional councillors will be maybe removed. That this combined territories board comprising, I think it's just mayors of each council, they'll take on council functions, regional council functions. Once again, another shift, and as well as they'll be making the decisions on any plans happening in the region. So that's quite a shift from what the system looked like when the Tapuika settlement came through. So just a couple of examples. So that gave me yes.
Before you move on, Nikki, do you have a question?
Yeah, just probably at this point, thanks, darling. Just a couple of observations. I think particularly around the fast track issues, but more recently around the form, one of the things I've seen is that the iwi that are sitting around this table have come together and collectivised quickly, at pace and under pressure. And it makes sense that we would do that because we're all trying to protect our rights and the settlements that we have to be upheld, and in particular, the role of Te Maru in that settlement. So us collectivising as iwi to protect our rights and the settlements that we have makes sense. I guess my question is to the wider membership is how do we, outside of these meetings, which are only quarterly, generate support and a collective approach to things because these things are happening at pace. And so as iwi, we're doing that, but it would be useful to have those collective conversations in between meetings, so we have more, we're actually upholding Te Maru o Kaituna as a collective for the awa. So that's just something I've observed more recently, and just keen to understand that a little bit more.
Yeah, I guess a prime example would have been with the recent submissions to the resource management reform bills, where each council did their own, each iwi did their own, and then the River Iwi Collective also did their own. Sometimes it's just the nature of the timeframes, but yeah, it would have been cool to have a full Te Maru o Kaituna submission, but you know, something for the future. This is my last slide before I, stop talking. These were some of the key questions. So we were looking at, if there's everything's changing beneath us, and you still have the role of upholding the intent, integrity, and effect of the Kaituna River Framework, how do you even do that? In practice, where does Te Maru o Kaituna fit within this new system? Where is the Kaituna River document going if the regional policy statement's removed? They're quite it's tricky because it's not just the same as translating to, it'll fit under this plan, because everything is changing. And if the proposal goes ahead that the regional councillors are removed, that's in the Tapawika settlement, that'll necessitate a change in the Tapawika settlement. Regional council also administers Te Maru, so that's in legislation. So how does that work? Who administers? And then I was even thinking, because at the moment we've got 5 council seats, 5 River Iwi seats. If 2 regional councillors go, does that mean we've got a 5-3 split? What does that mean? Anyway, there are more questions. I have many. So this is it helps you understand why the earlier session was important. This is why I'd like to encourage you to supercharge, use the functions that you've got, because there's some really chunky stuff happening that requires the chunky discussions. Oh, this is my last slide, but it's just because part of it is, as Carol and I were working out, it'd be neat to carve out time in the agenda. But also I think, as you're saying, Nikki, there's stuff that could happen outside of just the formal meetings to work out approaches. And then also, we can, if you want to discuss specific matters, we can carve out time on the agenda. Yeah. So, once again, it's up to you guys. You have to tell us. So my question was, what are those strategic matters that require focused discussion as a collective? There'll be some stuff that actually just requires individual responses, but at what point is it a Te Maru o Kaituna River Authority lane, and at what point does that require the strategic discussion? So this is on top of what you've always done. I'm just adding another layer in for you guys. Yeah. So that's me. Over to you guys as to what you want to, what constitutes a strategic matter, and I think I've covered some of it already, but also how you might approach it.
Just wait, we have questions for you. Councillor McMillan.
Tēnā koe. Thank you. I suppose what I'm thinking about, the lens that I'm thinking about this through, is how can council help through this changing environment strategically. And the things I've just sort of picked up this morning are comments around wanting to be able to drink the Kaituna River water. We're so far away from that now. Water quality improvement, greater area of wetlands, and I know there's a whole bunch of other things in the vision document. And I'm thinking, we're not going to get to that unless we have land use change. That's a fact. We need to retire intensively farmed land and restore it back to wetland, etc. Take away, the nutrient loads that are coming from those intensive farms. And then the next question is, okay, well, if that was part of the strategy to get to the outcomes of improved fresh water, greater area of wetlands, etc., then how could that be done? It's not like everyone's got the money in their back pocket to buy a farm and retire it and get no perceived financial return. Obviously, the return is astronomical in terms of the return on investment of doing that. So I'm thinking about the opportunities that council might have before it, that this this forum could potentially try to tap into, such as we have enabled an asset recycling mechanism, a land purchase in the Rotorua Lakes area. And could that be brought? These are just questions. I don't have the jurisdiction to, to make these decisions, but, could that be broadened for the whole of the Kaituna? In other words, it's been identified that these wetlands need to be retired and restored. These farms need to be retired. This is going to cost this much money. This is whatever. So what tools are there? Well, could that asset recycling come into the whole of the catchment of the Kaituna rather than being in the Rotorua Lakes area? That's one question. We'll talk a little bit about our consultation document that will come up next, but not next, but it's an item today about our long-term plan amendment consultation and also our annual plan. Could there be an opportunity there in terms of this scaled up land use change to meet the strategy amongst all the other strategic drivers that you'll have? But it's just a thought there. I'm just sort of trying to put the lens of, okay, well, if I had a magic wand and could tap into resources around what could accelerate this, and that's kind of the lens I'm looking through it at. And it's been mentioned already this morning about the philanthropic trusts that could also be partnered in some of this. So just a thought there. Kia ora.
Kia ora. I'm wondering around whether we need to do a very quick assessment and evaluation, or even a familiarisation of what we already have in our plans, because and maybe we do that as a part of a workshop. It's hard to address what's coming when we need to be clear of what we already have and what's in the kit already. And so maybe that's something that needs to happen. Probably just one for you too, Kat. Alva, did you mention that it could be removed from the regional policy statement?
No, the regional policy statement will no longer exist.
Oh, I see. So therefore, null and void. Is there anything that's taking its place? Nothing. Okay.
It either has to be elevated nationally or downgraded to a regional plan.
Okay. Sorry, my question to you, Kat, was because you're involved with Rangitaiki, how they might be kind of.
I can speak to that because
Oh,
I've been supporting Ngāti Manawa and Ngāti Whare with their multitudes of submissions. They're in the same boat.
Okay.
Literally.
Collectively, if are they doing submissions as well?
Yes.
Are we doing that? And are we doing it across?
They were doing individual.
Yeah.
And then someone, they had Jane coordinating a collective one just for the local government reforms, but not for the resource or the conservation.
Is there anything in us collectively as co-governance groups to jointly do submission? Yeah.
The submission date is closed now for the RMA. Unfortunately, they're doing hearings at the moment. But Totoko, what you're saying about any future, the power of the masses and the force. Yeah.
And I think to reinforce for Tarawera and Rangitaiki, they have a river framework system too. So they need to be looking after their, their bundled redress as well. So it's the same.
Just this morning, we talked about collectively as this rōpū, but have we talked about regional collectivity around co-governance groups? Yeah, okay.
Nikki?
Oh yeah, just a couple of things to that. So I did draft a submission for the iwi collective, and that probably just speaks to my point about how do we work collectively as a whole group when we have these pressured time frames. The other thing I would say around the system changes, I think there is leverage for Te Maru o Kaituna in the existing system around how we position framework in the national direction. And I think we do need to have some advice come to this group about what that would look like and how we could do it, not through the lens of council or any individual iwi, but what Te Maru. So that would be really helpful, because then we can form a position and then collectivise around that position. I think the national direction that is currently could be under development from June. So we will need some advice ahead of our June meeting to outline how we will influence national direction as Te Maru o Kaituna. In terms of the upholding treaty settlements, I think it would be really useful for this forum to confirm and commit to the upholding of the settlements of the treaty partners sitting around this table right now. So even just a statement that Te Maru o Kaituna is evolved and was established as a treaty settlement, and so the upholding of that settlement is critical. I think too, I would really be keen to look at the existing policies that are in place or that we might use, that councils have, to uphold and to give effect to the river framework, because some of the existing policies that are sitting with the councils at the moment, do they actually align with the objectives and us achieving that vision? So it'd be really useful, I think, to have a policy review done, particularly around things like land use change, engagement with hapu and iwi. I imagine some of those policies were developed away from this table or from hapu and iwi, and therefore maybe it achieves the outcome for the Kaituna River, but it doesn't uphold the objectives around the engagement of hapu and iwi, or the role that hapu and iwi might play in the Kaituna River. Yeah, those are my key points that I would like to see support for from around this table. Kia ora.
Any further questions for Alva? Can I call for a mover and a seconder to receive the report? Councillor Macmillan. That Te Maru o Kaituna River Authority receives the report, Te Tiro Whakamuri, Kōkiri Whakamua, building on our collective foundation to strengthen collective leadership for what lies ahead. All those in favour say aye. All those against say ko. I declare the motion carried. Item 9.4, page 49 of the agenda, the work programme for Te Maru o Kaituna.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could take the report as being read, please, but just bring your attention to page 52 in your agenda. I can't take credit for this, but it was discussed with the chair, an opportunity to, at the start of the year, just put forward a plan, a work plan for the year, and obviously this is the first cut of it, and after today's hui, I can see there being a lot more work added to it. It's a live document that will be, it's just to give a little bit of direction, but also the forum has always been adaptive and will bob and weave as needed, and stuff can be added as required. But it was simply just to bring this to the forum and let you know that it's just an opportunity to plan ahead, and allows the staff the ability to make sure that we bring what you need to the table.
Any questions for Charles Harley? Can I call for a mover and a seconder to receive the report? Sorry, is that a question? Okay.
It refers to Charles giving an update on Te Uapu at Hills Park. I just wondered if you're able to make any comment there currently that's helpful.
I was going to do this.
Yeah,
It's another item further.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll
Okay.
talk to that.
Yep.
Call for seconder, councillor Ray. Sorry, Nikki, do you have a question?
Oh, I was just going to say that some of the matters that we've discussed this morning would appear in the work plan. Do we want to define what those are now, or are we just relying on officials to take away what they heard at the meeting today and embed those in the work program moving forward? And then we get a revised version at the next meeting to confirm. Is that how it will work, Charles?
Yes, so with Alva and the team, we'll sit down with Joelle and make sure that everything's on there which needs to be. And to say every meeting it will be brought up, so it can be changed and stuff added to it. So it's a live document. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I just want to bring up the points that John had raised in his kōrero and itemised some of the real critical things that needs to be, we need to take heed to in terms of our role as the kaitiaki of our awa. And if, you know, I know these have been recorded, but I would like to know that those specific things be part of our work program, because there's monitoring in there, there's you know, there's a whole range of things that would be of potential use for us as kaitiaki of the river. So yeah, we can please have those points.
They definitely will, and we've noted those down, and we've got a list that we will definitely circulate and bring around. And again, you don't have to wait to a hui to ask for it. Through the chair, stuff can be brought forward.
Have any further discussion? No. That Te Maru o Kaituna River Authority receives the report work program for Te Maru o Kaituna River Authority 2026. All those in favour say aye. All those against say ko. I declare the motion carried. Item 9.5, page 59 of your agenda. Presentation of the River Scheme Sustainability Project. Welcome, Mark, and Paula. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Ko Mark Townsend aho. I'm the project owner from Toi Moana, Bay of Plenty Regional Council of the River Scheme Sustainability Project. Online is Caitlin Multi, who's the project manager for the project. Unfortunately, she obviously not in attendance, but she's managing a surf lifesaving team at the National Champs in Hopi, so she's live from the beach. I'll pass over to Paula to introduce herself.
Kia ora koutou, ko Paula Chapman tōku ingoa. I'm supporting the work of the engineering team in terms of the river sustainability work. Thank you for the opportunity to come here today and talk to you about this important project. I know that some of this work has been introduced previously, and we're here again to talk to you about it today. Right, as you're probably aware that there are 5 major rivers and drainage schemes in the Bay of Plenty. And as climate change impacts are felt and costs continue to escalate, our river schemes across the Bay are facing some same key challenges. And these are whether existing flood protection levels of service and costs associated are sustainable over the long term. So why are we here? We're here to talk to you about the 100-year sustainable river strategy for the lower Kaituna River. The focus of the strategy is a 100-year catchment-wide approach for flood mitigation, with an emphasis on sustainable and an integrated approach to flood protection. What would we like from you? We'd like to invite yourselves or delegates to be part of a working group. We want your input to shape the strategy, to ensure that we have balanced flood protection with cultural and environmental well-being of the awa. We're keen to see some key representatives be involved throughout the process.
Obviously we listened into Alva's presentation and with the Kaituna River document, which I think would be a vital part of this project. So, we'll probably look to modify this a little bit and maybe involve Alva, for instance. But anyway, just taking you through, you're very keen, as Paula said, to get some representation from iwi and hapu for this awa. We of course have our River Scheme Advisory Group for the Kaituna as well, and we've already got a couple of nominees there, as you can see. Obviously the involvement from Caitlin and myself, our operations team, we're hoping to get a Western Bay of Plenty District Council rep, and then we have our comms and engagement of which Paula is obviously part of that group as well. Just a little bit about the existing infrastructure. So I'm going to talk here about pump stations and stop banks and drains and so forth. So that mess that you can see in front of you there is part of our infrastructure. And what we're saying is that as we look out into this 100 years, that is very much likely to change. And just as Councillor McMillan was talking about previously, some of that farming area that we protect with our infrastructure is not going to be viable anymore. And so it could change. It could change to wetland. It could change to something else. And we want people from this group involved in looking at that into the future. So we've got to...
Climate change is happening.
She'll introduce herself, but this is about climate change.
Retreating glaciers and sea level rise. Recent warming has been caused by an increase in the atmospheric greenhouse gas concentrations. These gases trap the sun's radiation, holding heat like a greenhouse does. Future changes to temperature and rainfall patterns, as well as sea level rise, are projected to have impacts on our communities, businesses, and natural environments. In this video, we will explore how climate change may impact the Bay of Plenty region. When talking about potential climate futures in this video, we use 2 different scenarios. One is a business as usual scenario where atmospheric greenhouse gas concentrations continue to rise unabated, and the other is a mid-range scenario where concentrations stabilise around 2060. Even with efforts to reduce emissions worldwide, we are still likely to see continued climate change and associated impacts into the future. New Zealand has warmed by about 1 degree over the past century, and this warming will continue. By the end of the 21st century for the Bay of Plenty region as a whole, it is projected to be 1.4 degrees warmer than present for the mid-range scenario seen here, but 3.1 degrees warmer for the business as usual scenario. You can see that some places warm more than others. Temperature increases are likely to impact the goods and services provided by our natural environment, including primary industries, as well as encouraging the spread of pests. However, increased temperatures may allow new warmer climate crops to be grown in the Bay of Plenty. Increasing average temperatures also means that extreme warm temperatures will be more common. Tauranga currently experiences about 24 hot days per year. This is projected to increase by about 15 days by the middle of the century for both scenarios, and by 61 days by the end of the century under the business as usual scenario seen here. As you can see on the map, there is a large variation in the number of hot days across the region. For the mid-range scenario, an increase of 24 days is expected. The increase in hot days is likely to impact our physical and mental health and lead to increased energy use for cooling. Seasonal rainfall patterns are likely to change in the Bay of Plenty, with spring and summer becoming drier and autumn and winter wetter than at present. Extreme rainfall events are likely to be more intense and more common because a warmer atmosphere can hold more moisture. A current 1 in 100 year rainfall event in Tauranga delivers 250 millimetres over 24 hours. By 2090, under the business as usual scenario, this much rainfall could have a probability of occurring 3 times as often as at present. This has implications for stormwater management and flooding, as well as slips and landslides. On the other side, drought is expected to become more common and more severe in the Bay of Plenty, which may impact agriculture, horticulture and river flows. Sea level rise is a major concern for coastal communities and infrastructure. Coastal inundation and erosion are likely to become more common, as well as saltwater intrusion to low-lying groundwater reserves. Depending on the climate change scenario, half a metre of sea level rise is projected to occur between 2060 and 2110, and 1 metre of sea level rise is likely between 2100 and after 2200. Climate change information is available on Bay of Plenty Regional Council's website. The NIWA report contains projections for many more climatic variables which you can see here, as well as information on potential climate change impacts for the Bay of Plenty. The Council is hoping that this will motivate discussions across the community with businesses, landowners, tangata whenua and the wider community working together with the different layers of government to build resilience and adapt to climate change.
I imagine a lot of that is not new news to people. It's, we're starting to see the effects of that across the catchment already. So this is a snapshot that we took in June 2018, where we had basically a 25-year event across the lower catchment. So you can see there's a lot of water in the Awa, and then obviously on the plains as well. And really, what I wanted to emphasise from that presentation from NIWA and here is that we're really talking about extremes. So it's either drought or we've got a whole lot of a long wet period. And so in recent times, we had quite a wet period between middle of the year 22 and for about 18 months to June through to 2023. And what we found that the Kaituna Awa was up anywhere between half a metre to a metre higher than normal. So, we're already seeing the effects of it now. So in terms for us, for our river protection, we're sort of at a crossroads. Do we continue to do as we have been, which is to make our stock banks higher and higher? Because there's issues with that. First of all, there's greater risk. So that if the stock bank on the left, that trapezoid failed, for instance, that's going to have a lesser effect than the much larger one on the right. And then there's also, of course, the increasing costs because affordability is a big issue, and obviously the greater the height we have to go, the more work we have to do. We have to take on more of a footprint as far as land is concerned, and then of course we have to maintain it. And so in present practice, that's not best practice. We want to look at something, that's more sustainable into the future. So Back in about 2012, we worked with our regional council, or driven by our regional council, was that across each of the schemes that we couldn't continue to do what we're doing. We needed to have a better vision, and this is what bore this river scheme sustainability. So just making our way through it, as Paula mentioned, we have a 100-year sustainable river management strategy. We want to reduce the flood risk. Should be environmentally and economically sustainable. We have to adapt to climate change. We need to have the community engaged. And of course, yeah, affordability, as I'd mentioned. So we've got 4 distinct projects across the Rohi, and we've made a good start in 3 of them. So the Rangataiki, the Whakatane, and over in the Portiki as well. And now we want to kick things off with involvement from this group on the Kaituna. So there's a number of aspects in there, and we've made a start on the technical side. So the capacity review we've started on, in fact, well advanced on the geotechnical investigations as well. But the other items are awaiting involvement. So what's the capacity review? Just in simple terms, we need to assess whether the 1% flow, or the 1 in 100-year flow, which is our level of service, can safely go through our stop banking system out to the coast without causing issues. And so we do all sorts of things where we look at surveying with the geometry and so forth, and building models and running all sorts of scenarios through. So that basically 95% of that work has been completed. Just as a little example, this is some lovely engineering graph where the green line is essentially what that 1 in 100-year level is, and the orange lines are the stop bank levels. And really what I wanted to illustrate there is that we're not in a hurry as far as this work is concerned. Some of the work, so that one down the bottom end by the river diversion, we've actually raised that already. So that's where the boat ramp is. But we've got time. We don't have to do it tomorrow. We've got a number of years before we really need to act. And in terms of work that we've been doing across the other schemes, we've come up with, we've done a lot of research with some of our consultants across the world, and there's 33 different types of options. And you can see I've just sort of put a few in there, but yeah, wetlands is one of those 33 options. So I'll end it there and open for any questions. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Kia ora, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I think it's quite a fascinating topic. And if I look through what you've just shown me through cultural eyes, when I think about our whenua, we are located in the Hati o Te Ika Maui. That is the liver of the fish of Maui. So if you imagine that the North Island is the fish that Maui hooked up, where you're talking is the liver. So the function of a liver is to cleanse the tinana, the body, of the paru. So when I was growing up, it was a natural phenomenon. And so when we had floods like that, it was something to be celebrated, because that was the function of the ate, cleaning all of the paru off the streams, off the whenua, and out to sea. I've noted, our whānau haven't been very happy about the drainage system, because it's all about flood protection. And so I'm pleased to see that now we're looking at options I think from our perspective, you know, when you look at things like what happened in Auckland, we need to be working with nature. And I saw that you had making room for the river. And I had a little look at that as well. And, you know, it just makes me question the sanity of our regional councils when they persist in building in places that they shouldn't. And so, yeah, I'm very excited to see that work, and I'm very interested in what comes out. And very interested in seeing a Māori lens placed across that, because I don't see that at all. And you might find that we may have some answers, and if we work collaboratively together, the things we could do could be fantastic.
Yeah, just acknowledging that, and that's exactly what we want to hear. Across the other hour, that's the engagement that we had as well. And so, you know, if we can get that from this, for this hour, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Just a couple of questions from the Auckland side. The Kaituna control is the whole of the river, not just down the bottom. So the gates at Auckland is part of that control, that 100-year control scheme. Again, I think we're working with we currently have a RMA resource consent to look at opening those gates through our eyes. We haven't activated it yet. I think that was approved something about maybe 4 or 5 years ago. I may be wrong. So I guess the other one is around understanding the tides in as part of that control as well, flood control. Hence the and I'm not too sure with your current building, your current I guess plans to build more or higher stop banks may be the answer, because if it's 100 years and now we're starting to get a 25-year by putting these structures in place, we're starting to see the, like you said, climate changing rapidly. Now what was supposed to be 100 years is now turning up 25 years. So again, if there is all I know is that when all those structures weren't there, it happened every 100 years. Now that the structures are there, it's happening quite frequently. Yep, I can understand there's a change in the climate, but perhaps it's also a change in how the river has been managed. Because if it is tides, there's not much we can do about tides. To try and understand tides, but if it's about flow, and I'm always on this one, shut the gates, you stop the flow. You control the gates, you reduce the flow. And so again, coming back to our growing up and our stories are linked with both the Ohautanga Pōtaka Tāwhiti and Okere and the Kaituna. And the whole relationship around Tuakana Teina and the flow rates that happen between them were consistent with the cleaning and the flow of that. So I'm asking, is there any consideration around the flow in terms of sending doing it so there is a flushing process. Hence the reason, again, the cleaning process of Papatūnuku. So yeah, if there is consideration around it, how that we could maybe have some discussion also around that particular the Tuakana Teina concept. Yeah, thank you.
Nikki?
Yeah, just in support of that corridor just, I did note that it's the lower Kaituna, and I guess given that this group thinks about the whole catchment of the awa, and then we had an earlier conversation about the impact of the lakes, also Rotorua, on the Kaituna. It probably goes both ways in terms of the way that the flow is managed, and then the impact of a change in flow or a lack of flow in the Kaituna may also be impacting what happens up in the lake. So yeah, I just think having a whole system view would be really helpful for us, so that we can then help inform the lower Kaituna planning that you're doing, because that's our whole whakapapa. It's a whole system, and while we appreciate the focus on the lower Kaituna, we have to think about the whole. So that I'd be interested in understanding that, and through the working group, I think that we would bring that kōrero. Kia ora.
So maybe I can just comment on that. So we're doing the same type of project in the upper Kaituna as well. Working with Hapu up there. In terms of connectedness between the two, that's Caitlin and myself. So we'll bring those voices forward into this group as well. And there's also another separate group working on the Okere Gates, which you're probably well aware of, where we want to try and return more natural flows rather than this opening up the gates and letting the water out and then shutting them back down again, which has adverse effects for us downstream. So
I've got a few partai. One, as once the documents all wrapped up and you got all this wonderful mātauranga, how effective is it? Two, also thinking about climate change. It sounds like a blinking horror movie. Water's coming. Look at. Is there any maybe implement a model of how to embrace climate change rather than sort of negate against it, putting up stop banks and whatever? Maybe a model on how to embrace it, a bit like Noah in his time. He built an ark. So somewhat looking at a practical solution on how to embrace climate change, then worry about what climate change is going to do to the economic sense of things. Also, just on that note, I'm just looking at 100 years of climate change that you've brought up, and you came in earlier talking about your involvement with the Te Tumu town plan. Maybe we're talking about climate change. It's not too wise to put a town in Te Tumu. However, I'll leave that there with you, and kia ora.
So you've summed up our project beautifully on your kōrero, by the way. So thank you very much. Maybe we should get you as part of as our spokesperson. But certainly the Te Tumu subdivision and some of the other ones that is Elva still here? No, she's not. That Elva talked about. We've had our input into those, and obviously, we're obviously concerned around climate change effects affecting those as well. So.
To answer my question that I said at the start, how effective is this document?
Once we've finished, what the idea is that we'd have this 100-year plan, and in that 100-year plan there'd be steps on the way, and we call it backcasting. So we look at where we want to be in 100 years, and then we look at the steps that we need to take in order to get there. And so once we've agreed on that, we'd lock that into our long-term planning for Toi Moana, and also into our asset management plans as well.
I'm just looking at some of our, I've only been here for a little while, but the Kaituna involvement, it's almost just over 10 years since they started, and probably the last 50 years of getting to their 10-year space, and we're at this situation now. 10 years, and all of a sudden you got all these RM and carry on going on, and that's how effective is your plan? You've got to step back this and that. However, in 10 years time, when successive governments come into place and successive councils, they all got new ideas and go, oh, bugger that. Is there any clauses you're going to put in there to mitigate those?
Yes, I guess with the help of people like yourself and this group, is that we need to keep lobbying to make sure that that's front and centre and that they don't come in, with a different view. But in terms of both national and internationally, it's a move away from this channelizing, and we're moving into making room for the river. And so I'm part of the national group and pioneering that across this country, and obviously involved internationally as well. So there's a new movement, and I think together we need to make sure that there is change.
Ray.
Just have a small question. Going back to the first slide, I note that you were saying to be confirmed that you're looking for somebody from Western Bay. Is that of elected members or of staff?
We'll take either, but primarily staff. It's more at an operational level. Yeah.
Further questions?
Just one from me, please, if that's all right. Oh, kia ora, Mark, and thank you to you and your team for your presentation this afternoon. Just one question from me. Is there a way in the mahi going forward that there's a policy to also enable haukainga to be represented alongside iwi and hapu? Just in terms of, putting in stop banks in certain areas, only haukainga really and ahika are the ones who firsthand experience the flooding themselves. So I think it'd be really beneficial for your rōpū going forward to have that whakaaro on board as well.
Yeah, thanks, Alicia. So we're open. So we have had a prior attempt to get some delegates, and thank you, Dean, for helping us with that. But really, if it's up to this group who they want to put forward to work with us. And so if it's delegates from each hapu, or as following Alicia's suggestion, we're open to it. We will request that we can't have too many people, because obviously it's got to be a tight group that we can work together on. We can bring people in and out, or move them out if we want to. But yeah, in terms of the makeup from this group, we're guided by you.
Kia ora.
Any further questions? Okay. Can I call for a move and a seconder to receive the report?
I'll move.
Tapuka. Councillor McMillan.
Can I just?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, sorry to interrupt. Can I? Obviously we're keen to get the people committed to it, the delegates. Can I ask what process we could follow and what timeline we could work to for that, please?
So, how quickly, Mark? What's your timeline?
If we could, maybe in the next couple of months, would be quite good.
Yeah. So I'll have a chat with Alva as well. But one of the things that we were talking about, and it would have to be through the chair in the forum, was a potential workshop to have a look at some of the stuff that we've discussed this morning, and have a look over the two documents that we've got. And so we could potentially add something in there, or it could be circulated around the members. So if you leave that one with us, we will work on a best plan to sort that one out.
The Maru Kaituna River Authority receives a presentation on the River Scheme Sustainability Project. All those in favour say aye. All those against say carl. I declare the motion carried. Item 9.6, thank you. That's you, Charles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I could ask that the biennial report, please, is taken as read. Just to add a little bit of context as to the report. So the report aligns with the strategic objectives of the river document, and we try and report what the organisations are doing that directly align. And so we've got information there from all sorts of different Western Bay, from Toi Moana, from iwi. And so what we do is we bring that information together into a report and bring that for you. So one of the challenges is for myself is that if you do ask me a question and it relates to another organisation, I probably won't be able to answer it, honestly. So if you do have questions, I can definitely take them away and get that information back circulated via the chair to you. So that's just where the information kind of comes from. One of the parts which I was going to say that Dean mentioned earlier on was around when there was a lot of questions around water quality and water. And I'll just go to page 67 and project 2, which relates to freshwater quality and quantity. And so there's some information there on the legislation and what's happening. But down the bottom there's an invite to iwi and hapu to contact Kerry Brown to be involved and to have some wānanga around it. And I think Jo has jumped forward to the seat, so I think she would like to jump in there.
Kia ora. So project 2 is in Te Tiniatuna, and it is really the freshwater policy program, and that is about making changes to the regional planning documents about improving water quality and quantity. And we've had so many changes over the years with national planning documents. So we had a policy statement for freshwater management, and it's been quite start-stop because it's a wicked problem. So we've got water quality issues right throughout the country, and that piece of legislation has been put in place in 2011, was changed in 2014, changed in 2017, changed in 2020. And now the government, as you'll see in that little update, it was all go, and Kaituna was one of the first catchments that we were working on, and we're working alongside Te Maru when we wrote the river document, when we ran the river document through the community consultation, the tangata whenua consultation back in 2016, all go in the Kaituna to change the rules, to put some strength in place around that quality and quantity, the naturalising of the awa, all those sorts of things. And the legislation was changed to say, hey, do that faster. So then we had to say, oh gosh, we have to change what we're doing and do it region-wide. So there was a big push because there was a date in the Act that said you must have it all done. And it was a big rush. Now we've got the complete reverse with the coalition government. We've actually been put on hold. So we've got a planned stop, not only a planned stop for all regional council documents, planning documents to be changed, but an absolute stop on progressing the freshwater policy stuff. So that's what that's saying, is that we had good intentions to do that in the timeframes we put in Te Tiniatuna. And we've been working so long on all these things. And the really good bit was that we had time to put the Te Maru's river document in the RPS to give it that teeth, to then do the policy work to give that oomph to the quality and quantity stuff. The problem now is that we're in a planned stop. We've got 2 pieces of legislation that we've talked about earlier that Elva was alluding to replace the Resource Management Act. But we've also getting changes to our freshwater policy statement, and we haven't seen the light of day yet. And we have a government election coming very, very soon. So that's kind of what that, a lot of the good work, we can keep going in the direction that we're going, but we can't progress those draft plans, which is we were really close to doing with Te Maru's support, aligning with your river document. So we need to use the time that we've got until we see the new legislation, and then we'll be able to bring back what that means for our council program, what that means for working with Te Maru to get that strength into the water quality and quantity limits. So the environmental limits look like they're still going to be with regional council, but we don't know where the local government reform will take the who, and that's how Elva was explaining it in her kōrero, is who will be at the helm, who will be driving the program. That's all to be worked out once the simplifying local government reform decisions are made by this incumbent government. Then we'll have a bit more certainty about where we head. In the meantime, I think we take that opportunity, turn the challenge into an opportunity to get to upskill the new members around the table, reinvigorate what we know in the Kaituna and where we'd like to head. And part of that kōrero with the river scheme is all about naturalising, keeping the natural character of the awa in that lower catchment. There is a reasonably strong objective in your river document, and that is in the RPS to do just that. So the strength's there, the foundations have been laid. We just need to move forward on those in very, very uncertain times.
He runga tō ringa.
Thanks for the report, Charles. I think I really enjoy reading the reports just to see how the projects are ticking through and where we might need to focus some of our attention. And a couple of things stood out for me in this report. So the first one is probably on the freshwater program, Joe, the policy work. And I think just in terms of this time of uncertainty, I'd just be keen to see from regional council, if we were to be achieving the objectives in the Kaituna River document, actually what would limit setting actually look like? Like what would we be saying? And what would that phasing look like over time, and how would we monitor that? Because we have spent a decade trying to figure that out. And I imagine we know some things, but we need to test that, because at some point after June, we're going to have 12 to 18 months to embed whatever it is we want into the new system. But if we can have visibility of what we might be putting up now, that would be so helpful. And then what parts of the RPS, even though the RPS won't exist anymore, what parts of the RPS sit in the different parts of the system, and where do we need to plug those in so it still carries the weight and intent of our framework? So I am keen to see some of that advice come to us so we can be proactive after June once it's enacted. The second thing was just around some of the reporting. So I can see that it's green, amber, red, and I can see there's a percentage of how far through the projects we are, and I can see the updates. What I can't see is, even though we're at that with the projects, how does it track back to achieving those objectives? So it's just that kind of gap of how are we strategically achieving those outcomes we're seeking, even though we're getting through the objectives, the projects, sorry. So some improved dashboard reporting. And then the other thing just on the compliance, so particularly around discharges, and just thinking about, I'm just interested in what is the existing monitoring regime for those, and then we have the compliance and the enforcement processes. What does that look like? Are we getting traction? Are those shifts happening using the compliance, the monitoring and the compliance regime we have? Are we seeing the shift that we want to see, and what's the long-term project that improves some of those discharge monitoring results that we're getting, which, yes, we're about 80 to 75% compliant, but, it's looking all right, but then it's that 25%, how are we dealing with that? Because if we are looking towards that long-term plan Mokopuna being able to drink water, then hey, look, we need to start acting the 20-25% rather than accepting that 80% is good enough. So those are just my comments from the report, and I really appreciate all the work that goes into them. And I think it's beholden on us as members to ask the questions and lean into what those reports are trying to tell us from a snapshot. Kia ora.
Thank you, Nikki. And I've noted those down, and I'll take an action to try and work out how we can best update the dashboard and see if there's an opportunity there to just reflect it back as far as progression against the plan. So I'll take that one away and work on that. And I've got your other comments around the compliance and things like that, and I'll have a think about it and have a talk to compliance and see what we can do to help share the information on what's happening out there.
Any further questions? Can I call for a mover and a seconder to receive the report Te Tina Atuna Biennial Report, August 2025?
I'm happy to move, but just sorry, it's Te Tini Atuna. So if we can just have the spelling corrected and reflected in the minutes, please.
Yep.
Thank you.
Did you say that you would move that, Nikki? I call for a seconder, please. Hakupupu. All those in favour say aye. All those against say ko. I declare the motion carried. Item 9.7 of the agenda. Haramai Jody, the Kaituna Waiari program.
Kia ora. Green light go. Very good. Kia ora again. So I'm just going to really quickly present this paper to you, acknowledging that you've had a really long day today, but we wanted to just bring really early on in this process to the to Te Maru o Kaituna some work that Western Bay Plenty District Council was doing internally just to try and get a bit more coordination in-house and really try and elevate some of the projects within the Kaituna River Action Plan, where Western Bay Plenty District Council has been identified as the lead agency. So this is really reflecting back on some of the things that Alva spoke about for Te Maru o Kaituna and how we seek to sort of integrate and across our work streams, integrate in-house and ensure that when we're delivering projects, we know what that context is. So as you've experienced today, and you will already know from your history here, there are so many different documents that have so many different, I guess, drivers behind them. And some of those we've set out in here as well, that council is the same. We have a whole range of different documents, and we're just wanting to ensure in-house that Te Tini o Tuna, the Kaituna River document and the Kaituna River Action Plan, that our projects understand that context from those documents. So we're sort of hoping that we've put together an internal project team, of which I am currently the project manager for, and working alongside Alva to support that work. Really, we're focusing primarily on those projects that sit under Priority Action 3 of the River Action Plan, which is the connecting our communities and visitors to our river and to our projects. That focus there is because in a lot of instances, Western Bay Plenty District Council is the lead agency for delivering some of those projects. So we wanted to really ensure that we've got that those projects are really elevated in council's work programs. You can see Alva has set out in this report, Alva and I have set out some of the documents that will be, I guess, that we need to be across as we move forward with this work program. So there are iwi and hapu management plans, there's our reserve management plans, there's obviously the river document and the action plan, Waiari Katiaki advisory groups, cultural recognition framework, There's the Te Ohu Parawai terms of reference. So all of those documents, we need to understand the context of all of those and ensure what we're delivering on the ground is sort of integrated and is aware or responding to that context. So this is basically an internal project group. The key projects that we're looking at the moment come from the river access feasibility study work that was done, from the Waiari Cultural Recognition Framework, and also looking at some of our reserves that we have in that network in the lower Kaituna catchment, so Bell Road Reserve and Otaiparia Reserve in particular. And then also some work around environmental programs up Mangarangi and hopefully along the Waiari landing as well. Some opportunities there for further wetland development that we're wanting to explore, similar to what's been done at Lawrence Oliver Park. Some of you will be aware of that in Te Puke, and trying to identify some other opportunities for similar sort of developments in the catchment. So it's very early days. We have set this project team up. I think what we will be working on is how do we present that work back to Maru o Kaituna. So hearing your kōrero today and looking at things like the project update report at the moment, for example, how do we just give that a little bit more context, and how do we ensure that those actions from the River Action Plan are being prioritised within Council's own work programs, and then how are we bringing that back to you so that you can see those things are being progressed. So that's our purpose. That's why we've sort of pulled this together, and today is really just to let you know that we've done that, and we will be bringing things back to you, and hopefully starting to get some good progress on those projects.
Do we have any questions? No. May I call for, sorry, Nikki? Sorry, Nikki.
No, all good. Thanks for the presentation. I'm just really encouraged to see that work being undertaken internally, and the alignment between the work of the council and Te Maru o Kaituna. And my question was just around whether it's focused on operational delivery or you're using it to do policy work as well. So is it across the spectrum of the work? Okay, cool, awesome. Thank you.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, yes, just to clarify, it will be across both aspects of work, but primarily I think we really want to be focused on that capital project delivery as well, so you can actually see some things on the ground happening and really be trying to drive that as well as into the policy and planning space.
Yeah, Jody, it's encouraging to see access down to the Waiari and some of the planned things that are happening there. So yeah, absolutely for Ngāti Tueke, we live above that river, and so that access and connection is greatly appreciated. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Thank you.
Further discussion? No? May I call for a move and a seconder of the report, please?
Yeah.
Tapuika, seconder. Sue Elliott. That Te Maru o Kaituna River Authority receives the report to the Kaituna Waiari program. All those in favour say aye. All those against say ko. I declare the motion carried. Thank you.
Yeah.
Item 9.8, annual plan and long-term plan amendment consultation. Hara mai merehene. Builder. We're just having technical. Hold the line, callers. We're just going to start the presentation.
Tēnā tātou, e rere kawananga mai kia koutou I te rangi nei. Ko Mirihini Wari tōku ingoa. I'm a senior advisor here at Toi Moana in Te Amarangi, our Māori policy team. And today I'll be doing a brief presentation alongside our Toi Moana councillors regarding proposals in our annual plan and our long-term plan amendment that we're currently consulting on from now until the 2nd of April. This includes a proposal to establish a regional benefit fund for major infrastructure projects and options on how Council structures its investment portfolio, currently valued at $3 billion, to ensure that we can continue to deliver ongoing benefits to the region. Next slide. Sorry, the slide's not, the pointer's not working. If you can move to the next slide. Before we get into this kaupapa, I just want to acknowledge the value of Toi Moana's partnerships and relationships with Māori as key stakeholders in our region and the work that we do together to achieve the shared outcomes for the taiao. We had the recent severe weather events that had a significant impact on the taiao, on the wider community, particularly here in Tauranga Moana, and we are continuing to support work alongside tangata whenua for the ongoing recovery that needs to happen in the coming months. So today we're going to share a snapshot of the topics we're consulting on, some of the work we are doing in the Mowal constituency through the annual plan, and also the mahi we're doing in partnership with Māori across the region. The decisions we're consulting on will directly affect environmental outcomes and long-term generational wellbeing. So we really want to hear from iwi in our co-governance forums who have specific roles and responsibilities in the region as kaitiaki and treaty partners. That feedback ensures that iwi Māori perspectives are embedded in our decision-making process from the outset, and that council decisions reflect the shared aspirations in the region. So I'm going to hand this part of the presentation now over to our Toi Moana councillors just to provide an overview. You've already heard about what our operating environment is like at the moment before we get into the consultation topics.
Oh, kia ora. I wasn't going to speak to some particular slides. I was just going to talk about the topics, but
I'm happy to speak to.
I mean, I can speak to that, but I don't know if we need to, do we?
I think because of the time, it's been a long hui. You've already heard about the reforms that are happening and that we are in a period of uncertainty and that it is going to have impacts on te tiriti obligations. So I think in the interest of time, we'll just go straight to the consultation topics. This here is just some of the mahi that we're doing in the Mowal constituency. That's in our annual plan. It was already touched on before the Regional Infrastructure Fund, I believe, and there was a report to the forum on the restoration and ongoing management of the Papamoa Hills Cultural Heritage Regional Park. We also have our Bay Bus on Demand trial that's been extended until December 2026. There's a continued focus on Mount Air quality, and Alva also touched on the city and regional deal in her report. As I mentioned earlier, we're consulting from now until the 2nd of April. We're holding hearings in April from the 20th to the 24th. We are going to be holding a hearing at Huria Marae on the 21st. We did our first long-term plan hearing at Huria Marae in 2024, and we had a lot of tangata whenua present there, as well as the community. We just want to ensure we're enhancing that hearing experience because we acknowledge it is quite intimidating for first-time presenters. And then we'll do our deliberations in May following community feedback, and council will be adopting the annual plan and making a decision on the long-term plan amendment in June. In terms of how we're engaging with Māori, we have invited direct engagement to iwi authorities, co-governance entities and other Māori leaders. These will be led by our Māori councillors, so these invitations went out last week. We are open to meeting throughout the consultation period, and we're also holding online hui for iwi hapu and Māori land trusts. Our first one is next Friday, 13th of March, at 12:30 to 1:30. I know that there may be a clash with the Te Aroa Regional Kapahaka Ngāhau groups, but we also have a second presentation on Monday, the 16th of March. So we'll be sending out those links over the coming, at the start of next week. So what we're consulting on, we have the long-term plan amendment, optimising long-term regional investments, and then we have two topics in our annual plan. As I mentioned, we are looking at establishing a regional benefit fund of approximately 20 million, and we are also asking for feedback on the future direction for biodiversity investment.
Papai, thank you. Sorry, we didn't rehearse this. I won't read out this slide. I suppose for the long-term plan amendment, that's not something that we had to do. It's something that we decided to consult on whether to make a long-term plan amendment. That kind of gives you an indication of how major this decision is, and how important it is that we hear from you guys about this. So it's looking at the structure of our investment portfolio, and going back to previous korero today about the changing operating environment that we're all living in and working in, the RM reform, the simplifying local government. There's a lot of changes happening with local government. And so it's time now to look at, okay, what is the best way to safeguard $3 billion for the people of the Bay of Plenty, for now and for our future generations. So there's a range of options there. You can look at all those options, anything from community trust to CCO and some type of trust model to some kind of hybrid. So have a think about what it all means to you. And we really want you to submit on this. It's about ensuring that the pūtea remains in the Bay of Plenty for our people, for all of the people. So it's quite significant. It's kind of a dry. It looks really dry when you look at the consultation document, and it's a bit of a brain drain. You look at it and go, well, what do all these structures mean? But do speak to people about it. Do have a think about it. Well, what does it look like to you? There's suggested structures. You could even suggest a different kind of structure if you thought that was more appropriate. So it's an open book. It's for you to feed back to us on, and we really recommend you coming to the hearing and talking to it as well. So that's the LTP. And then the annual plan, there is this potential regional infrastructure, regional development fund, which is a significant amount of money that that could be given out depending on what we hear back through the consultation. So think about that and opportunities and what you think about that. That's a lot of money there. So we'd love to hear your voice around that. And then there's, oh, yeah, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. And then there's a biodiversity one. So thinking about, I suppose, from the Kaituna perspective, all of the work that needs to happen. We're asking a simple question, but you can absolutely elaborate on this. We're asking, should we spend the same, more or less on biodiversity? So the question is that simple. So to hear back from you what your thoughts about that are and why is really powerful. And that's pretty all I've got to say about it. It's a dry document, but don't you guys can say whatever you want to say and other things too, not just about these topics, but don't be put off by the dryness of the document. We have to go through an auditor there's like really kind of formal structures of the way we have to present a consultation document. So it kind of looks dry and boring, but it's really important decisions and we really want your voice. So I'll leave it there, but back to you.
Kia ora. And just to add to that, Council has supported a number of biodiversity projects in partnership with Māori. So that includes work that we have done with Te Arawa Lakes Trust in delivering the boat ramp inspections, the self-certification compliance, the Check Clean Dry Summer Awareness campaign in the lakes in Little Te Arawa Lakes as well, and wild pine control projects. So feedback from iwi is really important and it helps us to understand what's working, what's needed to support Māori landowners and where this future investment should go. As with the long-term plan, submissions can also respond to any general feedback on the mahi that council does. So we do have other consultation information in there about our fees and charges proposal and our activity and budgets. There's a proposed general rates increase proposed at 4%, which is lower than what was forecasted in the long-term plan. And moving into the last part of the presentation, I just want to speak about some of the work that we're doing in partnership with Māori. You're also welcome to submit any feedback on this as well. We established a Te Arapautama community outcome through the long-term plan after receiving significant support from tangata whenua on this. This community outcome is focused on partnering with tangata whenua and community towards a prosperous and equitable regional future. We've set 4 goals and we're now establishing a framework and action plan that will help us to embed this outcome in the community. We invite iwi to provide, and co-governance forums to provide feedback on what is needed for this community outcome to be successful. We did receive a submission from Te Maru o Kaituna to the long-term plan, and that feedback directly influenced the establishment of the Regional Co-Governance Secretariat Fund, the continuation of that at 200,000 per annum, and also the Māori Initiatives Fund, which is funding available to our iwi and hapu, or to support capability projects. I'll speak to that later on because the contestable fund is now open, so we are inviting applications from our iwi, hapu and Māori land trusts. So some of the work we're doing, we're continuing to support treaty settlement co-governance forums. As I mentioned, through that fund, mana whakahono, we negotiated 4 short form mana whakahono ārohe prior to the local government elections. We have 2 that are also in progress and 2 that have been initiated. So we will continue to progress those as we know more through the reforms and what the status of the mana whakahono will be. Collaborative projects, so we're supporting projects between iwi and central government agencies, including Ko Wai Mātou and Te Wahapū o Waihi. And Joe touched on before some of the work that we're continuing to do to support the freshwater program. Even though it's on hold, the feedback that we received, the advice from iwi is still really valuable, and we will be holding on to that information and see how we can implement it in the programs when we know more. The Rotorua Geothermal System Management Plan, there was the establishment of the Te Ahi Kāropu following a multi-layered engagement process for the use and development of the plan. And we're also just doing ongoing work as part of our BAU to enhance participation. So as I mentioned, we have projects in biodiversity and freshwater. We're continuing to support the projects that we already had in place with iwi, and we are open to engaging. Kerry Brown is our lead for the kaupapa Māori freshwater space. Civil defence, we're continuing to support the ongoing recovery work and also doing marae preparedness program to respond to emergency events. And we have a number of different taiao projects through the Environmental Enhancement Fund and other internal funding initiatives. Also, in addition to that, we have other funds like He Toka Tū Moana, which is a scholarship for students who are studying in taiao related programs, and Te Ha Pai Ora, which is to support community events. Iwi hapu management plans, we're continuing to support the development of those. And as I mentioned, the Māori Initiatives Fund that is now open. So that is a contestable fund for medium to large projects. The purpose of it is to support capacity and capability initiatives. So the scope is very broad. We have a funding coordinator, Margaret Courtney. She's happy to discuss applications. And we also have a Kaitiaki grant, which is a smaller fund of up to $5,000 that's available for applications all year round. So we encourage iwi and hapu, if they have any projects, to get in touch with our team. We have a friend of the submitter, Huiaro Stewart. She's based in Rotorua. She has specialist skills in Māori development, research, analysis and writing. She provided support to Māori with submissions to the long-term plan in 2024, and she recently worked with Alva on the collective iwi submission to the RMA reforms. So I have her contact details there. Unfortunately, she couldn't introduce herself at this hui today, but if you do want support with writing the submission, she is there, and that's free service that we're providing to the community. Kapai, I appreciate that was a really quick download of the topics, but I'm happy to answer any pātai.
Tēnā koe, he mire hina. Just in terms of your engagement with iwi, have you actually engaged with Tapuika and Te Takapua Waitaha, or more specifically around the Te Reo Pāpā moa?
Charles might be able to respond to that, but we haven't during this consultation. No, not at this stage, but we are open if Tapuika o Waitaha wana hui, open to meet from now until the 2nd of April. Happy to coordinate that hui.
Questions? Okay. Nikki? I have a move and a seconder to receive the report, please. Councillor Ray? That Te Maru Kaituna receives the annual report. That receives the report, annual plan and long-term plan amendment consultation. All those in favour say aye. All those against say ko. I declare the motion carried. Thank you, Mirehini. Presentation 9.9, Charles Tuepu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just a very quick update on Papamoa Hills, our regional park, and I'm also going to try and rope Councillor McMillan into helping with this as the previous chair for that committee. So it's just an opportunity just to give you a quick update on where we're at. Obviously, we do have some photos that we'll share with you. You may have already seen them. but it's just an opportunity just to give you an update on where we're at. The size of the event and the intensity was obviously really hugely felt by the Tauranga region, and the regional park did suffer because of it. And we're working very closely with our communities to do what we can to get it back open again. So just running through some of the photos just shows a lot of shallow slips that occurred throughout the park, and obviously, as you can see, it's heavily impacted upon the infrastructure, the walking infrastructure around the park. And there's a photo which might be a little bit further down in the photos, which really kind of it shows the impact that it had. And obviously, that's the car parks and things like that, which are full of material. It was. I can't remember exactly the number of slips that occurred, but there was a lot. And there's a photo that we're kind of that we'll get to, which just shows the nature of the risk which still exists in places. And so until that risk can be managed, access to it will have to be at a limited capacity. But I'll hand over, Councillor McMillan, and that's the risk that I was talking about. If you can see the crack through the middle of the walking track, where the land has subsided on the downhill side of that. So at some stage that will go.
Thanks, Charles. Yeah, I don't have a lot more to add, only that to reiterate, yes, some of the damage to repair would be really quite pricey. So it's kind of as and when, and the priority was getting the main track up to the par and from the old car park to connecting through to the track so that we can take the overflow, because we're envisaging that when we reopen, which all being well will be this weekend, but that's embargoed at the moment because we're not 100% sure, but if not this weekend, very soon, only some of the tracks will be open, and we envisage that people will flock there because obviously with Mawal being closed, a lot of people are hanging out for Papamar Hills to be reopened. And so it was important that we enabled the overflow car park as well to be able to, because there was a slip just up at the back of that and up on the track from up behind that connects through. So that luckily that has been repaired. So both car parks can be used. We don't want people parking on Poplar Lane. It's too dangerous. And you saw on the photo how the new car park had all of that sediment come down on it, and that's Tonga stone there. So that was, I'm not sure, they use a special kind of machinery, didn't they, to clean it off, because you can't just scrape it back with tractors. So that's all been done. I haven't seen the photos of it, but it's all been cleared up. It was a really big job, and the crack that Charles showed you, one of the tracks that's sort of on a saddle area, so it wasn't able to be repaired. So there's actually an alternative, what was an existing farm track that has now been turned into a walking track that sort of circumnavigates that. So it's been a lot of work. Contractors have been phenomenal, and the regional staff have been phenomenal. But yeah, we're hoping to press play soon. But obviously, the majority of the tracks will remain closed for quite a long time. It's kind of getting open what we can so that people can enjoy physical activity and the wider of the park, but limited. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, safety has been paramount. That's the first thing that's in the mind. So we've ensured that where we're allowing or opening up is safe for use. And so Mark Townsend, that was in here presented before, he has been up there and also geotechs and part of his engineering team. So we've made sure that we've looked at safety first as paramount.
Tēnā koa. Just in terms of, I want to go back to the arrival of the Te Aroa Waka. Before the arrival of the Te Aroa Waka, we had an incident called Te Korokoro o Te Parata. Those were two winds, and those two winds are actually on Mauao or Maunganui and on Te Reo Pāpāmoe e Pākarangaumu. Those winds are rongo whakahokia and rongo whakaoma, which is an indication culturally around things that are happening in the climate. Last time those two winds come together was the Rena. Given the cultural context in terms of Te Reo Pāpāmoe, I would expect that Te Takapu o Waitaha leads this journey. Notably because of the Waitaha's descendants of Te Manu Tohikura, which are all those that come down to Te Iwi Koroke, and those that come off Ruarangi, that comes down to Ngāti Kahununu and Ngāti Ranginui, those are the ones that are leading this project.
Yeah, they are very much involved. Yeah. For the four hapu of Te Upu have been involved all the way through this. I should have said that, but yeah.
Maybe I might have missed something. The Papamoa Hills, is it in relationship to the Kaituna?
This was asked to be added to the agenda. Yeah, so not directly, but I was asked to add it in just to inform the members.
Okay. Only the thing that previous experiences was this was inundated by when we were first developing the plan of the Maru, there was influx of support programs that the council was wanting us to have some input in, but most at that time there was I think we had some discussions about streamlining the information that came only because we had too much information, and our focus was at that time our focus was to build the plan of the Maru. I wouldn't like to see this forum again be inundated with reports that we have that sits outside of our actual. I understand the importance of information, but I think in terms of this is something that our committee just to consider. Information overload and that sort of stuff. Yeah. Kia ora.
Just a question. You spoke about opening, and you've got safe tracks. The inquisitive nature of humans is to go and explore. How do you keep people on tracks?
Yeah, so obviously this is an operational thing, so staff have cordoned off all those other areas. I mean, it's true that you cannot 100% eliminate people. There are people going on there already, and there have been people going on Mao. You cannot completely, unless you had security guards right round it. So it's about making it really obvious, really blocking off all those other tracks, and all the signage has been changed so that only the open tracks are signed and everything else is signed as closed and barriered and cordoned off. You could still get someone climbing over some barrier and cutting it, but it's been done before where partial tracks have been closed and some tracks open, both here and on Mawal. So it's not new, but yeah, Kapai, it's yeah.
Any further questions? Okay.
Kia ora everyone. I guess I just wanted to put my hand up to support Hākupa in that probably if we're going to have items on the agenda that we're really clear about, yes, it's information only, because I do want to ensure that we're supporting those that have mana over those places to be engaged, and that we're just accepting this as an information only item, and that items on the agenda are for the remit of Te Maru o Kaituna. So yeah, so just wanted to raise that. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
Board of Hākupa.
I just have one question for you, Charles. In terms of the Papamoa Hills Cultural Heritage Regional Park, I just want to ask why Tapuika is not a member of that, given that it is in the Tapuika's settlement area.
And apologies, I have no idea. It's not an area which I've been involved in, but I can definitely come back to you on that one.
Kura.
With respect at the foot of the Papamoa Hill here runs the Atuaroa or the Kopuroa rivers, which was also a tributary to the Kaituna, and given the slips and the events that have happened up there, all the sediment then no doubt have kind of flowed into this. Heoi anō, my reason for tēnei kōkuhu whakaariki nei, I don't know, just with my association to our pai maunga here and sitting alongside our councillors here on Te Uepu for that time, I know you see safety and everything first. I can't help but think that my tuahine aroha ririnui might have other feelings towards such a prompt reopening of our maunga. My own feeling in whakaaro is that our pai maunga here is in a different phase, just like our koroua maunga nui o Mauao. And the taha wairua cultural side of it, I kind of feel that me whakatā tonu pea. We've had instances in the past where people have gone against the karo of tangata whenua and done some things on our maunga, and then things then happened to those said people. So koera nui ho tāku with aroha, with respect. Yeah, I feel that like any mate, you allow a time of tangi. Yeah, but I'll leave that in your fellows' capable hands, and koera nui ho oku whakaro. Te ora.
May I call for a move and a seconder to receive the report, please? Councillor Morris. Sualea, thank you. That Te Maru o Kaituna River Authority receives the presentation on Te Uepu, Papamoa Hills Cultural Heritage Regional Park. All those in favour say aye. All those against say Carl. I declare the motion carried. Time for verbal updates. You have 1 minute each. And we are going to start with Te Kapua Waitaha. Rakahe Ripuata, Pēhā Tapuka. Te tāhu o tā wake heipo. Do we have a report? Okay. Te pūmaitango o Te Arawa Trust.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things to report for Te Tāhuhu o tā wake heimoa. So we made our own submission on the RM4 program, and how that's relevant to Te Maru o Kaituna is that we elevated the role of Te Maru o Kaituna and the Tapuika, upholding of Tapuika settlement in our submission. Also just wanted to note that we've just completed a cultural impact assessment for the water supply at Rewarewa at Hamurana. Is a joint consent holder for water supply, and that will be connecting with our whanaunga iwi over the next couple of weeks. And then Haimona might want to give an update on his Wakatete project while we've got the floor for Rangirewa Heath. Kia ora.
Kia ora te whānau. That one just sprung upon me. I was hoping just to hang out here in the cave. However, just a mihi to the Maru o Kaituna who supports our kaupapa, which is a wakatere kaupapa to reconnect the people back to their awa of Kaituna. It's Dean and I come up with the whakaaro e Rokotaina, and we gave it a name, and we called it Ngā Nia o Te Kaituna. It's a rangatahi collective. Rangatahi collective to re-engage with the awa through mātou Māori practices, and in this particular case, the art form of waka, pārai waka, whakairo, carving, marakai, and I was introduced by our dear Fire, Pia Callahan. She approached me to Afi in that space, and her key words to me were, if the river's healthy, the people are healthy. So our job is to add value and back to our river by engaging, respecting, and restoring what little we can provide. So in terms of where we are at the moment, we're working in Tapuika, the Tapuika collective amongst the marae and hapu, which I'm grateful to be amongst them, and my job is to foster the waka art form to the people, and we've currently successfully built 2 waka tangata, waka kōpapa at Makahai Marae, and we just currently finished one for Tia Marae. The name of the waka at Makahai Marae is called Te Tauihu Orangi o Tāne. The next one at Tia Marae, and we had a wonderful occasion down there at the cut, where the hapu of Ngāti Maru Kukere and the iwi of Tapuika and also the Te Puke community were able to come together and embrace that particular naming initiation of that waka, which was called Te Ao Marama. And so we got the wonderful opportunity again to build another waka for Kia Marae, and then once that's completed, head down to Moko. And it'll be finished when it's finished. But where we got to hopefully by the year we'll hopefully completed Wika Ngāti Kuri's waka and then catch up with our auntie down there at Moko Marae. And this is a wonderful kaupapa to be sharing this with all the iwi leaders who are all on the Kaituna River. By all means, no mai haere mai. And come and brace yourselves in the kaupapa. We're looking for a rangatahi, by the way, if you guys got a rangatahi to drop off at the kaupapa, you know, because we got whakaue, we got pikia, there's waitaha, and we all connect to the Kaituna and leave it there. And so we're just chipping away at it, trying to remain quiet and just do the mahi. No reira, huri noa. Kia ora tātou.
Ko matinu e o Ngāti Whakaue?
So did you have any updates from Maki too?
I've been away, so I don't.
Okay. I just got a couple. Just off the back of what I raised earlier this morning around in Whakaue, we're working on through our resource management unit, working directly with consent applicants and improving their methods and whatever environmental consent they have. And so that's the introduction of tā koha policies and ensuring that consent applicants give back to te taiao and to our iwi and getting them more on board as a community member rather than industrial companies. So that work is ongoing with the Whakaue Resource Management Unit. And also, as we're probably well aware of, Rotorua Lakes Council have their recovered water working group that has been established, and there are iwi members involved, and I'll be able to give a more detailed update at our next hui, but there is discussions on what the upgrade to the wastewater treatment plant looks like and further kōrero around how we manage our wastewater properly. And I think that was all from me. Ai, kia ora.
Rotorua Lakes Council. Western Bay District Council.
Quickly find it. There's not too much to update, and I definitely don't want to hold this up, but we have the Te Puke wastewater treatment plant upgrades, which is a $97 million project in total. So that will hopefully improve the quality of the discharge to the Waiare, which then goes into the Kaituna. We have the Te Puke Spatial Plan and the Community Engagement Day on the 21st of March. There are small minor matters that probably feed into this forum through that. So anybody who's interested is welcome to attend. And I think Jodie covered the other two with her updates earlier in the forum, so I won't bore anybody with that. Kia ora.
Not less. Plenty Regional Council.
Just a consultation, yeah.
I want, tautoko, Councillor McMillan, for you all to engage, please, in the annual plan process, and I implore you to do it collectively and individually. The other thing I want to do is I just want to mihi to the 4 co-governance entities of the Rangataiki River Forum, Rotorua Te Aroa Lakes Strategy Group, Te Maru Kaituna River Authority, and Tarawera Awa Restoration Strategy Group. In your recent collective submission, to the central government on simplifying local government. I want to personally thank you on behalf of the Bay of Plenty Regional Council for that, and your support for the Regional Council, and also your support not only for retention of Regional Council, but for the governance arm of Regional Council. Nō reira, ngā kanui te mihi kia koutou.
Nuku level. May I ask you to close our meeting in karakia, please?
Kōrero nunui. Mai ana kia tātou. Pia kia mātou hui, me te paia kia mātou kai. Unuhia, katapau mo, katapau roto, katapau whakauranga ki te tonga. Te maru he rangi te tāui, kōkeri ki te mate me hoki ki te hōhora. Kamihia, whano haramai te toki, hau e huie, tai ki. Kia ora
Thank
tata.
you. I declare the meeting closed at 1 minute past 2. Please stay for lunch.